phase 1, track 2. Next slide, please. So let me start by introducing myself and my team. I'm Arnold Sun, the regulatory analyst with SPD, Safety Policy Division. We have on the call our program manager, Ben Turner, our program and project supervisor, Ayat Osman. We have our senior utility engineers, Fred Haynes, Stephen Hain, and Marty Kurtovich. And we have our regulatory analysts, Shayla Funk and David Van Dyken, and me. And you'll probably be hearing from us at some point throughout the day. I'd like to ask others to, or a representative from the other parties to maybe introduce themselves and their team at this point. Maybe we'll start with the IOUs.
So I'll go first. This is Rick Haynes with SDG&E.
This is Josh
Good
Stewart,
morning.
case management with SDG&E and SoCalGas.
Good morning. This is Ken Arnold from PG&E. I'm a case manager for the risk OIR. Others on the line with me from PG&E today, I have Hannah Bagby from Enterprise Performance Management, Hannah Keller, who's the case manager for the Safety Performance Metrics Report, and Tessa Carlberg from Law.
This is Dan Komola from Southern California Edison. Regulatory is, I also have Chris Vias, Kristen Yee, Russell Archer, and Doug Snow from Southern California Edison. And we will probably have other SMEs joining in at the appropriate sessions during the agenda. Thank you.
The interveners.
This is Katie Morsoni from Turn, and it's just me today.
This is Chris Barch from Cal Advocates, and also from Cal Advocates is our Annie Yang and Tess Baderas and Miles Gordon.
Joseph Mitchell from Mossy Grade Road Alliance.
Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities Foundation.
Andrew Graff with Coalition of California Utility Employees.
Hi, Eric Wojcik with UCAN.
Sounds like that's everybody. Thank you for joining us today. That's a good mix of group representatives. Next slide, please, George. Okay, so the purpose of the meeting, as stated in the agenda, was to address any clarifying questions from the TWG members regarding the draft staff proposal that we submitted early last week. The turnaround time for informal written comments is May 10th, so we just wanted to make sure that there were no lingering concerns or points of confusion before you were able to craft your feedback. Next slide, please. And so this is the full schedule for upcoming activities related to our proceeding R.20-07-013, and this includes both track 1 and track 2 items. So I'll just try to run through it pretty quickly. April 25th, last week we sent out the phase 1 track 2 draft staff proposal, as you know, and that's what we're here to discuss today. April 30th, we sent out the track 1 draft staff memo to the TWG. May 6th, we're expecting the next TWG meeting to discuss the phase 1 track 1 staff memo. And then on May 7th, we expect to have written comments on the phase 1 track 1 PG&E proposal on the transparency guidelines. And then May 10th, we're expecting informal written comments on phase 1 track 2 draft staff proposal. And then at the end of May, there'll be a ruling on the staff recommendations report that includes the track 1 and track 2 reports for party comment. And those party opening comments will be made between mid or end of June. And then there'll be party reply comments on the ruling in late June, early July. And then August 6th, we expect the proposed decision on track 1, track 2 issues to come out. And then again, August 26th, there will be party opening comments on that proposed decision. And then August 31st, there will be reply comments on the proposed decision. And I think I'll pause at this point. Chris Parks asked me to allow him to speak on behalf of the interveners to discuss some of the scheduled items.
Thank you. And in particular, MGRA and Turn and Calavicets touch bases on reviewing the most recent material that was released, and then we look forward to this. I look forward to this meeting today to get an even better understanding of the metrics and perhaps ask some additional questions. We are concerned about the scheduling, and I know that it's an aggressive schedule, and in particular, it's really coming to understand how this is all kind of overlapping. So we have, another workshop on or another meeting on Thursday. We have comments due this week. We have comments due next week, and this actually, the metrics portion of this, I think, is one of the most critical elements of the SMAP. There are a number of metrics that have been proposed, and we're trying to get a better understanding of them. And we hope to walk away from today's meeting with a much better understanding of them. Also including, I know a lot of these metrics were proposed by the utility that are being passed along, and we want to ask, I would like an opportunity at some point to ask more questions about some of those. Anyway, the bottom line is that there's a lot to digest here. And if there is an opportunity to reschedule the comments that are going to follow up from this, originally planned for Monday, to give more time, I think there's a lot of additional input that would be very useful for everyone to have in evaluating and deciding on the metrics that ultimately are going to be adopted later in a couple of months. I see the schedule that you've outlined here, and what the plan, the request was going to actually be to allow us until May 21st to provide these comments. It's not just that this is part of it, it's just that we have multiple things going on, and so it's just trying to navigate this with the other things that are going on. So that's basically the ask. If there were a way to have an opportunity to dig a little deeper, take what we get from today's meeting, and then provide those follow-up comments on Friday, May 21st, that would be the request.
Hey, Chris, I thank you for your feedback. I know the schedule is super aggressive, and it's aggressive for everyone. So I really thank you all for all your hard work on this proceeding. And we really do appreciate your feedback. It helps us also make the work product a better one. That being said, yeah, as you see, this track is really like a short track, right? As you've seen in the assigned commissioner scoping memo, it's meant to address really kind of things that we can fix in short term, and then phase 2 is the one where you will get the chance to do more of heavy lifting and in-depth research and work. But going back to this schedule that you see in front of you, the issue is that we're supposed to provide our recommendations, including feedback from parties to the ALJ, so it will probably be mid-month, and she will be issuing a ruling with our recommendations and all the proposals end of May. But the good news is that you also have multiple other opportunities to provide your comments. So once the ruling is issued, issued. Then you have the formal comments, 2 rounds of that, and then when the PD comes out, you also have another round of comments. So there will be plenty of opportunity for more feedback, and this session today is really to address your questions. Any questions, clarifying questions you might have, but unfortunately we're really tight on schedule, like as it is, like we're working day and night to get this material out in time for the ALJ's ruling. So yeah, we have a ambitious schedule, but I think we can pull it through in time. And my apologies about that.
Is it, from PG&E standpoint, certainly we understand working very hard, but instead of Monday, would something later in the week, like Friday, be possible? I mean, I think to Chris's point, there's going to be discussion today. A discussion is going to be considered. I think it's just going to take a little bit to kind of get things in order. So maybe not all the way out to the 21st, but a few extra days I think would be really helpful to provide informative and valuable comments. So to the extent you can extend that out to the 14th, to that Friday, I think that would be very helpful.
UCAN would support that also. I think a number of parties would. And we do understand that you have a major crunch, but we also have, respectively, a lot of things going on.
Turns
understand that. And I'm sorry, I appreciate your busy schedules, but so again, the whole issue is that the staff have about less than a week to turn around, review all your comments, and turn around recommendations for the ALJ's ruling. So we can maybe, instead of Monday, make it a Tuesday, but unfortunately, we're really like, we cannot, you know, afford a day. You know, it's literally like we have 5 or 6 days to turn around our recommendations for the ALJ's ruling. And that's, as it is tight. So we have to read your comments, maybe follow up with you, or if we have questions. So all that work will be done in less than a week or so before we can provide our draft to the ALJ's review. So I really understand you know, the tight schedule and you know, all this good. I mean, we can make it at end of day Tuesday instead of Monday, but again, we're really working with very tight schedule. Like I can't. Unfortunately, I'm not mean, but I really can't do much in the schedule.
No, we should do that. I think we understand that, and to the extent that you know you could give us 10-day Tuesday, I think that would. I think it would pay dividends in the long run. I just think that it just takes a moment to think about this and provide you the feedback that we want to for your consideration, and we'll help you. So Tuesday would work if you can do that.
Yeah, sure. Thank you all. Okay, we can move back to the agenda. Arnold.
Thank you for your comments. George, can you flip to the next slide, please? Okay, so I'll just walk you through today's agenda. Again, it's mostly going to be Q&A sessions throughout the day. It's mostly opportunities for you to ask us questions. The assumption on that we're coming into the meeting with is that most people have read through the report already, or at least substantial parts of the report. So this is not, you know, this is not, the focus isn't for us to provide a presentation so much as you, for you to ask questions about what's in the report. So obviously we're in the middle of the introduction, schedule, and purpose of the meeting from 9:30 until 10. And then from 10 to 10:50, you'll be hearing about you know, the use of triggering events through SOMs, and then you also, which covers part 1 of the draft staff proposal. And you'll also be hearing about part 2 of the draft proposal, which are modifications of the adopted SPMs, which includes additions to the SPMs. Then we'll go for a short break and come back to discuss section 1. Session 1 is a Q&A on the worker safety related SOMs, and any questions about the modifications to SPMs can also be asked during that time. And then we'll go into session 2 to discuss natural gas system related SOMs, and again, modifications to those SPMs as well. Then we'll have a short lunch break at 12:30 to 1. Next slide. And then session 3 will cover the electric systems, specifically the wires down and ignitions. And then session 4, we'll have a Q&A on inspections and compliance within the electric system related SOMs. And then we'll take a short break and then come back for session 5 on reliability related SOMs, and session 6 on the remainder of the SOMs. You see there the quality of service and management, affordability, and clean energy goals related metrics. And then for the final half hour, we'll go into a discussion on any topics that remain, and then the next steps specifically for track 2.
Sorry, Arnold, hi, good morning. This is Russell Archer from Southern California Edison. Thank you so much for putting together this presentation and also the detailed agenda for today. On that latter note, similar to what my colleague Dan said earlier, we have different subject matter experts that are not available for the entire day, but they've set aside time in their schedule pursuant to the agenda that you sent out. So to the extent that we could stick to it or adhere to it as closely as reasonably possible, that would be very helpful to us. Thanks.
Thank you, Russell. Yes, that's our intention today. We are going to try to keep to the schedule as best as possible. And then, like I said earlier, if anyone has any specific feedback that's not that might carry over into like a larger discussion, make sure that that feedback gets put into the written comments when you submit them on the week of May 10th or whenever the deadline is going to be. We just want to make sure that we're going to focus mostly on the written comments, and you'll hear that throughout the day. So any statement you make here, any discussion you bring up, please make sure that you address it also in your written comments. And to that extent, I'll turn it over now to Aya to go over the overview of the draft staff proposal.
Hi, next, okay, you're on the objectives, okay. Okay, so I hope everyone got a chance to look over our draft staff proposal, which is drafted to address phase 1, track 2 issues of the November 2nd assigned commissioner scoping memo. And it's basically addressing the safety, operational, and performance metrics and their broad applications, in addition to the safety and operational metrics specific for PG&E's enhanced oversight and enforcement process. We also addressed the electric overhead conductor metrics, which was under development by the prior SMAP technical working group pursuant to decision for 1904-020. So what we will see today is a bit of a discussion. I mean, the team will present an overview of what's in the draft staff proposal, but the idea is to get to answer any clarifying questions from the TWG members. On November 17, the assigned commissioner issued a ruling directing PG&E to develop SOMs for use as triggering event for the purpose of the enhanced oversight and enforcement process, and exclude the electric overhead conductor metrics that are part of the SMAP decision 1904-020. So PG&E proposed its 12 Psalms, and parties provided multiple rounds of comments, and for now we are just in our draft staff proposal addressing Psalms as triggering events just for purpose of PG&E's enhanced oversight enforcement, and also addressing the electric overhead conductor metrics. Sorry, I haven't been saying next slide. Next slide, overview, okay. Next slide. There are some lingering questions we still need to address, and so we appreciate your feedback on those issues. For example, for each psalm we would need some historical data, and to the extent possible where data is available, we would like to determine what is the appropriate baseline for such metrics. And there are issues with aligning existing reporting requirements for some of the Psalms that are like the reliability metrics have reporting requirements that don't match our SPM's March timeline, for instance, or other metrics have different reporting requirements. So how can we align the timing to get the more efficient process in place? Naming and definitions. So there are some metrics that serve a purpose in some other proceeding. There are reporting requirements. They have specific names and definitions. So to the extent possible, we would like to align existing names and conventions and definitions with our proposed Psalms. Likewise, our proposed Psalm, some of them overlap with the SPMs that were adopted in Decision 1904-020, and to the extent possible, we would like to align those definitions and names. And throughout the day, we will be discussing this in more detail. There are other metrics that we can consider for clean energy goals or for the purpose of Psalms or other topics. And so we will have plenty of time to discuss that. This is just an overview of some of the issues that we are thinking of that needs further discussion. So with this, I will hand it over to our manager, Ben, to talk about the Psalms for the purpose of PG&E's enhanced oversight and enforcement process. Thanks.
Thanks, Ayat. So I'm just going to have a few slides to go over the process, and then Steve's going to go next on the SPMs to provide a overview of a general overview of the rationale for those selection. So in the interest of sticking with the schedule, I'm hoping we can just I'll go through like my quick slides, and then Steve will go through his, and then we can talk about both our presentations after that, if everyone's amenable to that. Like Arnold said, and Ayat said, the main point is to hear from you all. So we're just going to be quick, and then we want to hear from you guys. Next slide, please, George. Okay, so I think you guys have seen this before when we did our brief overview. These are the general criteria that we used in selecting the Psalms. This one, the top two, as we indicated in the document with our recommendations, were the highest priority ones because they were necessary per the decision and the assigned commissioner's ruling about what should be in the Psalms. The main thing, the purpose of the SOMs is for the enhanced oversight and enforcement process. It's one of the triggering events, obviously, in that process for steps 1, 2, and 3. And then the second part is in the assigned commissioners ruling requesting SOMs. They asked about them being suitable over time for the commission, interveners, and the public to gauge the safety and operational performance of all gas and electric utilities. And the intent there, as we understand it, was to make sure that we can compare PG&E's performance to others when we're evaluating these. The rest are, I think, pretty universal kind of criteria for safety indicators and metrics. I won't read them all for you because they're right there. Next slide, please. So this slide is a combination of 4 slides that we showed you in the previous one, just to show that essentially SOMs, by their very nature in how they were designed in the bankruptcy proceeding, will overlap with other enforcement mechanisms and other triggering events. It's just unavoidable. The main thing, there's no definition of SOMs as we indicated in our report, but there is a description and reference to them. And with the highlighted portion there, the safety and operational metrics are, if achieved, would be allow PG&E to provide safe, reliable, affordable service consistent with California's clean energy goals. So that kind of overlaps with essentially everything the commission does. And then they're in 3 different steps, 1, 2, and 3. They're, I think, probably most prominent in step 1. And then in step 2, it's as the way we were reading, it's only about the reliability elements of SOMs. And then step 3, it is if there's systematic and chronic problems with achieving sufficient progress on these goals. Then the other triggers, so they have to deal with safety, they have to deal with reliability, and then if you look at the other triggers, they include, the WMPs, PSPS protocols, the safety culture investigation, which has a number of things that could be considered metrics within it, and then the SOMs, and then the other specified safety performance goals, which we don't have at this point, but I'm not aware of them at this point. And then the one that was obviously used recently, insufficient progress towards approved safety risk-driven investments or failure to comply with elements of their bankruptcy. And then just finally here on this slide, the enforcement policy was just adopted in November. The commission is having regular meetings about elements of it and how it can be used by the different divisions, and ensure different divisions within the commission are collaborating to ensure effective oversight and enforcement of IOUs. And then the SOMs, obviously, which we're talking about today, and the SPMs, which have an element in them of if Safety Enforcement Division and Safety Policy Division see troubling trends in the metrics, then we can refer them to ESRB, GSRB, and Wildfire Safety Enforcement Branch to incorporate into their investigations and audits and inspections. So next slide, please. The way we talked about it in our approach, like we wanted to, because there is overlap and redundancy with other triggering events and other enforcement activities by the commission and CAL FIRE and others, we wanted to have the SOMs be kind of like indicator lights for us to, rather than just being redundant, we wanted to pick the ones that we thought were represented highest risks or the largest impacts, and then we would go and work with the other divisions if we were concerned to the point where we thought it reflected insufficient progress on those metrics, actually reflected or substantiated a triggering event. Then we would go work with other divisions and make sure that we look at the whole picture according to ESRB, GSRB, Wildfire Safety Enforcement Branch, and soon to be OEIS to make sure that we're doing oversight and enforcement that takes advantage of all the data they collect as well. Next slide, please. So then we wanted to make sure that the SOMs enable us to use them as a flexible and powerful enforcement tool. So this is what we were thinking that PG&E should submit. Basically all available, someone's not on mute there. It's like a rehash of early Zoom at the Supreme Court. Anyhow, for PG&E, we should they should submit all the historical data for each metric that they have available or can produce. We think that in order for us to track sufficient progress, just like wildfire mitigation plans do, we want them to propose their goals for going forward. In this case, we'd say subsequent year, so near term, and then longer term 5-year goal. And then we wanted to make sure that it's clear, like, just because they didn't meet their goal, it wouldn't necessarily mean a triggering event, because if there was, for a couple of reasons, but mainly if there's context that explains why they didn't meet the goal, or if we would want to discourage setting aggressive targets. So, for example, in their safety culture investigation, PG&E proposed reducing their lost workdays by 50%. They only reduced them by 30%. That's good, but didn't meet their goal. But we wouldn't want to have them set low bars for themselves just to avoid triggering events. And then we would also just evaluate and it wouldn't, our review of the metrics wouldn't entirely rely on their goals that they set for themselves. It would evaluate their performance relative to other utilities and what we think would reflect safe operating conditions by the utility. They would describe their own progress for actions underway to perform on each SOM. They would provide a narrative description of any substantial deviation on the metrics from prior trends, and they provide a narrative explanation of any failure to meet their goals. Next slide, please. Then how often should PG&E submit their SOMs? Like, some of the metrics that we are proposing are collected by other divisions according to different timeframes. Some of them are submitted quarterly. Some of them are submitted annually. Some of them are part of the SPMs, which are submitted every March. Some of them are submitted as part of the reliability metrics, which I believe are submitted in August. I think that's right, but they're later than our safety performance metrics in the year. And so we'll have to establish the appropriate time frame, and perhaps we could do it continuous when the data becomes available, or when it's submitted as part of other reporting requirements, or we could just have an annual report for all the SOMs. We're certainly open to discussions about that. For administrative purposes and staff work, we would want to have ideally be some kind of regular schedule so we can plan for it. Then we'd have obviously more frequent reporting if in the event a triggering event occurred. We proposed a resolution to the commission, and they had to do a corrective action. SOMs would basically be treated as just like any other trigger. So we recently saw the resolution on the risk-driven investments. Basically, staff at the commission did an analysis of prioritization by PG&E, substantiated with evidence that it was in fact a triggering event, wrote a resolution and proposed it to the commission. Parties, as you all are well aware, were commented on the resolution. And as was discussed in the voting meeting, there was a commitment for doing workshops about the corrective actions and opportunities for parties and the public to comment on any resulting corrective action. So we're thinking about mirroring the other triggering event processes that are within the enhanced oversight and enforcement process. Next slide, please. And that is the extent of my comments. So I'll turn it over to Steve.
Okay, all right. Arno, could you bring up my slides, please? Okay, before I dive more deeply into this discussion, I want to go through a history of how the safety performance metrics process came about. And I only prepared 2 slides for this. So I'll just basically read through these slides here. Scoping ruling in the first SMAP proceeding, A15-05-002, envisioned using safety performance metrics to measure the safety improvements achieved by utilities. And as a result of this directive, a technical working group was created in the SMAP proceeding, the first SMAP proceeding, to develop candidate safety metrics. And the result of this effort was the adoption of the original 26 safety metrics, safety performance metrics. DEF 1904-020 did not adopt the electric overhead conductor index metric because some parties, including TURN and all the utilities, objected to using an index approach. And coincidentally, I also opposed that approach, but my predecessor, the technical working group is run by Amy Shamati. She and Arthur O'Donnell were in favor of that approach, but they're no longer leading this effort. So I personally am opposed to this approach, and I explained the reasoning for this in the staff proposal. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, D1904-020 directed the IOUs to submit metrics to the technical working group for use in a revised electric overhead conductor index. And the SCD staff, which evolved into the RASA staff in the safety policy division, reconvened the technical working group in around June or July of 2019. I led that effort to develop an updated EOCI and to develop additional safety performance metrics as feasible, and also to modify existing metrics as feasible. The IOUs submitted proposed safety metrics for use in the revised EOCI to the TBOG, and we held 6 or 7 meetings over the course of 3 to 4 months to discuss those proposed metrics. And we had comments, reply comments, informal comments, and informal reply comments. And parties, TURN, CalPA, and some other parties, also OSA, also submitted alternative proposals. And we held, again, rounds and rounds of meetings, we had informal comments, informal reply comments to discuss those proposals. Overall, we had about 40 plus proposed metrics. And my job, my original intent was to use some kind of scoring method. I asked parties to provide feedback on each metric to indicate whether or not it's a must-have versus preferable, I forgot the exact terms, but critical versus must-have versus okay, something. So I tried to use some kind of scoring method, but there was no overlap between the utilities and the intervening parties. And in the end, the scoring method was not feasible because there was no overlap between the 2 parties. And I had to use my own judgment to come up with the final list. Now, to answer an email question from Chris Villas, he sent to the technical working group a question asking SPD staff how we came up with the final list. And I just somewhat answer the question. One question he had was how the new set of metrics were determined and what potential gaps or perceived deficiencies in the current list of metrics, the proposed metrics, are designed to address or resolve. So I wouldn't call those deficiencies so much, but the aim was to develop more leading indicator metrics. The past effort that went into developing the first 26 safety metrics ended up producing mostly lagging indicators. And I think my aim in going into this effort was to produce more leading indicator metrics. And also my aim was also to look at process. One way to come up with leading indicators is going higher up the stream before bad outcomes happen. And one way to do that is to look at things having to do with performance of OMM task, operation and maintenance task, and looking at processes rather than looking at just the outcome of those missed tasks, which was basically what produced the first 26 safety metrics. So there was more emphasis on leading indicators, a lot more emphasis on leading indicators, more emphasis on inspections and follow-up corrections, backlogs. There was also a lot more emphasis on root cause analysis. Again, this is a leading indicator type of thing to try to gauge how much effort utilities are devoting into trying to learn from past mistakes to prevent future mistakes. And so in the final analysis, there was no real methodical process, no scientific process to come up with the final list. I looked at each proposed metric, and I apply a lot of professional judgment to it to see whether or not it made any logical sense, to see whether or not it made good safety sense, to see whether or not it's reasonable, whether or not the direction that we want to push the utilities to perform is reasonably accomplishable by the utilities. And also, I wanted to look at each utility and see whether some really bad things, some bad incidents might occur if the utilities perform poorly on that particular metric. And if that's so, that probably would be a good safety metric to include in the proposed list. So that, in essence, is how I came up with the 18, starting with 44 or so, 43, 44, and I apply basically a very loose professional judgment to come up with a list based on the rationale I just gave you. So with that, that's basically the effort that went into the development and modification of the safety metrics. Oh, one more thing. We also modified some of the definitions in the original 26. For example, there was no definition of what is meant by a wire down event back when the 26 was first developed. And I think that is a major gap that I felt I need to fill. And so I came up with a proposed definition of what would be a wire down event. And I think Ben also came up with some definitions to align the definitions for safety, serious injuries and fatalities, to align them with OSHA requirements. So that's the effort that went into reviving modifying the existing 26 safety metrics. So with that, I throw it back to the audience for questions.
Steve, this is Rick Haynes with SDG&E. I just had a question. Yeah, you mentioned that one of your, with regards to the metrics you mentioned, one of the things that the criteria that you used was, or questions that you asked yourself was about, you wanted to give insight or on performing poorly. Because some of these metrics aren't necessarily easily comparable between IOUs? What do you mean by performing poorly? So if SDG&E has 10 wires down in a service territory of, let's say, 4,100 miles, but PG&E has 100 wires down in whatever size their service territory is, how do you make that comparison or judgment as to whose performance is better or worse?
Well, one way to resolve that question is in most cases, we ask for rates rather than an absolute number. So in order to compare apples and oranges, we convert things into a common measurable, perhaps even benchmarkable, comparable metric by converting them into rates. Instead of looking at a number, which would be very difficult to compare because you have different sizes, different territories, and by comparing them based on rates, how many, for example, wire down events per circuit mile, that would allow us to compare across utilities.
Thanks. Although I know in our current safety performance metrics, we're not utilizing rates. So that's a proposed modification.
Yes, that's a proposed modification. So we will, our preference in the SOMS and SPM proposal is to express both in terms of absolute numbers to be able to look at things in an aggregate way, and also to look at things from a rates point of view so that we can compare across utilities.
Thanks.
Steve, Joe Mitchell, MGRA.
Hey, Joe.
When I look at some of the metrics, I see a lot of overlap with metrics being requested by the Wildfire Safety Division as part of the wildfire mitigation plans. Has there been any effort on the part of your division to coordinate with Wildfire Safety Division so that we're collecting, the utilities are basically keeping one set of books for all of these metrics?
That's a very good question. So the Wildfire Safety Division I assume they have been, they were part of the regional technical working group, and I assume that they are also continuing to be part of the technical working group. So we are coordinating with them to the extent that they are being able to actively participate in the technical working group to provide us feedback. Now, with that said, they are going to be moving away from the CPUC and forming their own separate entity. So whether or not they have their own separate metrics come at the time when they depart from the CPUC, those metrics that overlap with the metrics that we develop may no longer be the case. So I think it would still make sense for us to develop metrics that may or may not be coordinated with the WSD efforts.
This is Ben. We met with Wildfire Safety Division and went through these metrics with Poco, I'm sure you know him, and Lucy Morgans. So we talked about all these metrics with them, and we're in the process of an MOU with Wildfire Safety Division for data sharing, which will have a MOU that's approved by the commission as well as an addenda that will be modifiable by commission staff. And we're all getting so we're going to have a way to share not only database information, but also GIS information between the Wildfire Safety Division and the commission. So we'll be able to talk about each individual subject matter SOM as we go through each section. But if there's questions about the process or reporting cadence or suggestions or comments folks want to make, this would be a good time about the general SOMs issues. Otherwise, if we're ahead, we can just keep rolling.
This is Chris. I'll just add, to the extent that there's different numbers that come out of whatever WSD may have today, or what they may have tomorrow, or what the commission may have today, or what they may have tomorrow. I could certainly anticipate that they may get changed a little here or a little there. And then as was mentioned earlier about like whether there are absolute numbers of wires down data or rates, I think that there's actually value probably in bringing all of that data in, because I think that having that data then can uncover something that may be a gap in one metric may not capture something, but another metric may uncover something and then perhaps find something that's missing. So I think that actually the greater the breadth of data that's brought forward, I think that actually has a lot of value in ensuring that anything that could be an issue is captured or understood. So I think there's value in having all of that data.
We thought about that too, and just wanted to point out for Wildfire Safety Division, so SOMs are a triggering event in step 1, and any data associated with wildfire mitigation plans, including the quarterly submitted GIS data, is also a triggering event. So we have a redundancy in step 1 where SPD is looking at what we thought were the highest risk ones, and then a Wildfire Safety Division, for the purposes of the enhanced oversight and enforcement process, is also looking at WMPs, and that nothing stops ESRB or Wildfire Safety Enforcement Branch from looking at the data in the wildfire mitigation plans and proposing that PG&E be moved into step 1 based on any of that data as well. So whether or not we incorporate by reference or have it separate or just have a few, all the data that the Wildfire Safety Division / OEIS collects that is associated with wildfire mitigation plans is suitable for use as a triggering event if insufficient progress is substantiated. Okay, well, if I don't have the agenda right in front of me, but if we could either keep rolling or take a break now, or
we have half an hour. So
okay.
I think to the extent that we keep the agenda on time, because as Edison and PG&E requested that they have people come in and out based on our agenda. Maybe if there are questions now, we can address some of these questions now on the overall approach, goals, data, any of those big topics. We can do that now. We have half an hour. We can also take a 15-minute break instead of 10. So I'll defer to the TWG and what they like to do. But maybe to the extent possible, let's keep the timing and the agenda, because people are coming in and out of the meetings based on our preset agenda.
Yeah, so for the for worker safety related metrics, are SCE and PG&E, do you guys have your and SDG&E, or are the SMEs available now, or and present, or should we, if that's the case, then we could just move into that section, or we could, or if other people have other questions, we could about the overall use of SOMs as envisioned in the proposal, we can talk about those.
Hi, Ben. We're actually checking. We just pinged our subject matter expert for worker safety issues. We have not heard back from him yet, so he may just not be prepared to join until the schedule.
Okay, that's fine. All right, then. Any other questions about how we're talking about SOMs being used or comments about them or reactions to how we're talking about SOMs being used, or in general about Steve's the SPD recommendations that on the safety performance metrics?
This is Eric Wojcik of UCAN. I'm worried that this is not in time according to our agenda today, but we have a gap here, so let me throw this up. A SOM that would be used to consider how much natural gas burn occurs and related SOM to consider how much methane loss occurs. I know those are both being treated in related areas or in some other areas, but to me, if we're really talking, as we said, about trigger events, those aren't per se trigger events, but they're indicator lights. And we did talk about the need to consider greenhouse gas emissions, and that, of course, is a part of the later discussion in the reporting scheme. So I don't know how to raise those now or whether they should be raised, but I do hope we can get those on the agenda and talk about them. I do think they're likely and should be phase 2 probably, but I just want to raise that real quickly.
Thanks. So we for methane loss, we just kind of randomly, our section also handles, or our division also handles the natural gas leak abatement process. So we certainly are very familiar with that data, and our section reviews the proposals to reduce methane loss from pipeline infrastructure. So that's certainly something we were looking at. Were those the data you were thinking of, from the natural gas leak abatement? I think it was SB 617 and the natural gas leak abatement work. Was that the data you were thinking of?
Yes.
We can certainly look at that.
Well, it seems like one of the most direct measures possible, and I know the gas utilities don't want to talk about it, but to get to our goals, I think we're going to have to turn down natural gas use very significantly. And how we do that so far has been something that nobody wants to touch. It seems for some it's kind of like a third rail or something, and I don't think we can logically act that way. We have to be responsible about what we're doing if we're really going to help make sure that we get to the goals and the aims that we face for California. And directly, that means reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and CO2 and methane are the two big ones. So how do we reduce CO2 gas burn? And how do we get to electrification in a timely fashion that allows us to meet our greenhouse gas goals? It seems like it's so directly in the middle of what we're talking about, and yet so far I think we're not addressing it directly.
So we have a short time frame at the end of our agenda on there, but are there other topics that so we have the clean energy goals is at the end, but I'm open to talking about that now if that's a very short time frame, but I just want to make sure we allow enough time on there. And if in your comments, I would be curious to see like how you think that, because we already have, utilities are in the cap and trade program. Utilities are obviously subject to their renewable portfolio standards requirements, and they're also subject to the resource planning requirements. And we have redundancy in nearly all these metrics, and also most of these metrics are also covered by other enforcement entities. Certainly redundancy doesn't preclude them from being in here, but I would be curious to see in the comments specific suggestions about like what metrics would be good and how they would interplay with other enforcement and compliance activities.
Yeah, if I may, I would also like to add the integrated resource planning proceeding is heavily involved with, from the commission side, with CARB and other agencies like the California Energy Commission, and they're actively addressing reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. And that is taken into account procurement of resources and use and all that stuff to meet the state's emission reduction goals. So those, we have a lot of activities within the commission and across the state addressing climate change. So
Well, if I can,
not sure what metrics you're referring to specifically, but we would look forward to see your recommendations in the comments.
well, let me just offer a couple of quick comments on that. Thank you. What I don't think we have is something very simple and straightforward. How much natural gas are we burning? The other thing we don't have is how much methane are we losing as a total amount? Okay, those two metrics to me are simple and clear. And if you really want indicator lights, look at that, because everything else is pretty confusing. And I know that because I'm in the middle of a lot of those other proceedings or helped initiate those proceedings over time. I mean, the renewable goals, of course, those are good. Renewable goals are only utility scale. They don't discuss, and we don't even bring in the demand side. So again, there's a big complication. It's a big gap. Something that can be so straightforward as to say, how much natural gas are we burning? How much methane are we losing? Those are my suggestions.
Yeah, great. Please add them to your comments because we'll be reviewing your written comments when we review our draft proposal. So with this, we have half an hour, so it's up to you guys if you would like to continue discussion or would like to take a break. I mean, I don't see a lot of questions. Like we anticipated much more questions from the TWG. Yeah.
I do have a quick question. This is Ken from PG. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. This is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities. And I had a follow-up. Protect Our Communities, we agree with UCAN's comments. And even just as an example, this workshop seems to devote more attention to the electric side than to the gas side, just in the way that it's set up. And also, it seems like some of the, I know we'll be talking about the additional metrics later. I believe we will be. Is that right? But even some of the way that they're written, it says that they apply to electric and gas, and that SoCal Gas is required to report. But the way that it's written talks about, for example, 27 overhead poles, overhead conductors and poles is referenced in the clause regarding inspections. But the natural gas side of things has inspections as well. That it's really important to get those types of metrics on, and I think that that's intended by these additional metrics, and I'm sure I'll find out later, but even the way that they're written kind of shows that the focus is really more leaning toward the electric side rather than the gas side. So it seems like we should at least have some sort of greater balance.
Yeah, thanks for that. I don't know if another one member of the team wants to comment on that, but when we look at the ramp priorities, electric side tends to have a much higher risk score than the gas side at this point, and that's the biases towards prioritizing risk. And then there are several gas metrics included in both the SOMs and the SPMs, and we will cover those in those sections. Fred on our team is doing that. That is something we're cognizant of. We don't want to be like a pendulum where we like go back and forth from one risk to the next. So we are very cognizant of not having blinders towards one particular risk or the other. So yeah, appreciate that comment.
Yeah,
anybody else from Rasa team want to comment on that?
I just want to follow up on that because what the comments that UCAN was making, I think, kind of highlight that climate change should be considered one of the biggest risks we've faced as a species. So the fact that the gas side of things contributes to making climate change worse is a big piece of the puzzle that hasn't been directly addressed, and so probably gets skewed in the risk assessment in general. So I just want to keep that in mind in the forefront, that the gas side of things is really contributing to climate change and making it worse.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Then I want to reply to your question. Where do I want to comment on it? I do think that Belinda's right, that there are not enough gas-related metrics in both the SOMs and SPMs. I think I tend to look at this as an evolving process. So this is never an ending product. It's an evolving process. So right now, a lot of emphasis is placed on electric stuff because of the wildfires. But if something bad would happen, gas incidents would dominate, and then the emphasis would shift to gas. So it's an evolving process. We all subject to what goes on around the world, and our emphasis, our attention span is limited. So I think it's really a well pointed out point that gas safety related metrics should be much more dominant too than as much as the electric safety metrics. And I would also like to add that vegetation related metrics are not fairly absent from the safety performance metric. And I think that's another area where we can really have some additional vegetation management related metrics. So it's a continuing effort. So don't look at this as an ending product.
Steve, this is Eric Whitecheck, just to contribute a thought. Thank you very much for those ideas. On the gas side, there's an OIR on basically new gas planning, which I'm involved in a little bit. And the big question and issue there has been, how do we address the safety problem with overpressure, underpressure, because of all the ramping capacity that's needed, the ramping generation that's taking so much gas so quickly as we've never seen ever on the gas system. And Aliso Canyon around that, having less storage capability, of course, has been one of the questions and issues. But the point is, there, in that proceeding, it's recorded. SoCalGas makes clear statements that this is occurring repeatedly and is uncomfortable with it, actually, and a concern. Here we have, in this proceeding, a metric for overpressure, underpressure, but it doesn't seem to even be discussed, and there's no implementation or teeth in the other proceeding, and it keeps occurring. So, I mean, there's a real mismatch between what we're talking about over here in this nice, polite proceeding about criteria and how we're going to create metrics, SOMs, and SPMs. On the other side, there's no actual implementation or discussion. I mean, the overpressurization, underpressure, it occurs repeatedly all the time. And it's, I think, and UCAN has raised it as a very major safety issue. I think we're going to blow up the dang system. We're going to blow up a system. We're going to have some big, big issues with so much ramping gas-fired generation being used to take gas so rapidly and to have to need it so rapidly as we have never seen ever, ever, ever in history in the United States, much less in California. And so, hey, what's up? I'm telling you, there's a big indicator light there. We need to address that.
Okay. Were there other folks that wanted to comment?
This is Chris. However, I think PG&E was jumping in ahead of me. I don't want to. I can follow up, but after PG&E.
My comment is on a different topic. So, Chris, if you're continuing the conversation, I don't want to get in the way of that.
Well, mine was on a different topic too. It wasn't with the one that was just. It was with the general approach. But
Sorry,
I
Chris.
know that you did first. Huh? I'll go ahead.
Okay. Well, maybe mine's pretty easy. I will just jump in. In the introduction, then I think you mentioned that the SDD intends to use the enforcement policy that was adopted in November 2020. I'd just like to hear a little bit more about that, if you have any details, specifically the components, and kind of walk us through how you intend to use that, which is fine. I'm just interested in, are you pulling over one-to-one, or what kind of detail do you have?
Well, we don't necessarily. I mean, we participate in those groups, the group meetings with SED, which will be primary user of the enforcement policy. I was just pointing out that the enhanced oversight and enforcement process is in addition to the existing enforcement policy. So, like, I mean, we talk about it in our proposal here, like, if, for example, there's a serious injury or fatality by a member of the public associated with utility infrastructure, the best, most effective enforcement policy may not necessarily be the SOMs. It would be, the regular enforcement process. We could just kick off an investigation immediately without substantiating it as a triggering event and recommending a resolution. The investigation would just start, and then the other relevant enforcement authorities, sheriffs and CAL FIRE and fire departments would also, or state fire marshal would also be involved in those kind of things. So I was just pointing out that there's the SOMs and the enhanced oversight and enforcement process is in addition to the existing enforcement policy.
Okay, so, and I was just thinking, I think in that resolution, there's, I think, a process to go through as the commission kind of initiates its investigations, and as you make recommendations or whatnot, off the top of my head, so like written notices or citations or orders to fix or, like PG&E requesting for a hearing, like those components are going to be integrated into this kind of SOMs initiation. Is that correct?
They could be. What we're doing is what we're kind of envisioning is we would get the SOMs data according to whatever reporting cadence we land on, and then we would do. This is just like we do with the safety culture investigation too. And we would evaluate the data. If there was a concerning trend, we would this is also like the same thing that happened in the risk-driven investment thing. If we see like a concerning trend or something we want to investigate further, we would consult with our partners in the other divisions within the commission, or perhaps other enforcement entities throughout the state, substantiate whether or not we thought that the concerning trend rose to the level of being what we would consider a triggering event, and then we would put together our data and our analysis, which could include like a statistical tests. It could include qualitative review or a combination thereof, and then we put together a record and put it in a resolution and propose it to the commission for all the parties to comment on. So if there was evidence from the enhanced oversight and enforcement process, from the enforcement process, so say, for example, we saw a overpressure event or something like that, or a change in overpressure events. And in the enforcement process, we'd seen a pattern of GSRB doing inspections and notifying PG&E of the issues that could lead to overpressure events, but there wasn't enough done about it. we could add that to the resolution and say, like, hey, look, PG&E was told this was occurring, and then we saw a spike in overpressure events, and we need to pull the trigger on that and propose a resolution to the commission.
Okay, I think you answered my question, Ben. Thank you very much.
Hi. This is Tess Medeiros. I'm an analyst with the Public Advocate's Office. So just to comment on that process, wouldn't that be cause, like, the SOMs are are supposed to enact the triggering event. So my concern is if we're noticing that something's coming in and it's failing to meet the goals that are met, wouldn't enacting a separate process kind of water down the purpose of the triggering events in the first place? So if PG&E is failing to meet the goals that are set, shouldn't it absolutely enact the triggering event? That's just something that I'm noticing.
Yeah. So if there's a spike or a deviation from prior trends in the metric, we would say that's a triggering event. But like, so the enhanced oversight enforcement process, it puts them into, if it's step one, just as reporting requirements and corrective actions, whereas GSRB could fine PG&E $100,000, like, or make them do corrective actions, or if they find they're being negligent, like, propose, criminal penalties. So, or a member of the public or a citizen could sue them, and there's civil and criminal proceedings as well. So, I don't follow the watering down aspect of it. Like, watering down a reporting requirement and a proposed corrective action versus fines and penalties and other corrective actions.
No, that answers my question. Thank you. I see the different avenues of reporting now. Thank you.
This is Katie. I had a quick follow-up on that. I understand the decision not to identify specific triggering levels because you kind of want to maintain the ability to watch these trends. But I'm wondering if there's value in identifying the types of trends and movements that would perhaps lead to initiating the EOE. Like you said, a spike or a consistent decline, and sort of talking and thinking at the same time. But I'm just wondering if that would be a helpful detail to include along with these.
I would certainly welcome that as a suggestion. I think the team would too. It'll just vary depending on each metric, right? So as Ayad alluded to earlier, we're trying to move this proceeding along, and we want so I guess first off, just like having like an automatic trigger type thing. I think we described some of the issues with that, with picking the right one, with losing enforcement discretion, and that kind of thing. But all that being said, that doesn't preclude maybe in the future, if we have enough of a record and data to do something, we could do it. But I think the commission is really interested in getting some SOMs together so that we have this tool available at the commission's disposal as soon as practicable. So that's the goal of moving this so quickly. Otherwise, we just won't have SOMs yet. So we want to get there. And then with respect to, and so when we were thinking, we all thought about this. This is something staff worked very hard on. We're like, okay, what are these triggers going to be, and or what are appropriate triggers? We'd have to establish a unique trigger for each metric, and I think there's 36 of them in there. So if there are specific proposals parties want to make for an appropriate trigger or a characterization of a triggering event, we'd certainly welcome that input.
I just wanted to make sure we're aware of the time. It's 10:52, and we're supposed to schedule for a break right now. But Chris, if you want to ask a question real quick.
Yeah. So actually, where I was jumping in is kind of like where the conversation went anyway, but it had to do with this threshold thing. And I noticed in the proposal that it talks about, yeah, I understand gathering data to kind of like develop that. And then it also mentions that this might then be assessing data for some spanning multiple years. So that's sort of a longer term, I think, plan, if I understand it. And what I was going to ask is, and I think you might have just answered it, Ben, but if parties want to propose things. So I'm curious, do you think that as part of our comments, we could include, like, what about, it's going to be, I anticipate it being a really involved process to come up with those thresholds. However, it seems to me like the sooner the better. And also if it were to start the process now, so if there were a limited set of maybe, you know, I don't know, half a dozen of the Psalms or a short set of Psalms that folks could identify thresholds for, and then those could perhaps be adopted as part of this decision, it would be sort of a major step towards developing that later. So maybe would SPD, would it be something that SPD would consider like a limited set of, or a short list of Psalms that perhaps could be adopted in the near term, and then certainly additional ones could be adopted later? Is that within the scope and realm of things, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody comes up with, like, if you or someone else comes up with a usable triggering threshold that makes sense and is relied on and relies on, you know, data in a compelling way, then we'd certainly consider it. We just in developing the proposal, we didn't have a feasible. We didn't think it was feasible in the time frame we set and time and schedule we set for ourselves to come up with that. Although that was something, you know, worked on and tried to come up with. But if there's one of them that just has like a clear, like, hey, this is the right threshold for this metric, or this is the right threshold for these metrics, we'd certainly be open to considering that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ben and Chris. Okay, so let's take a quick break and then we'll be back at 11. Get started right away with the next section. George, can you flip the slide to page 5 for the agenda? Thank you. I guess we'll just leave it there for now.
All right, awesome. Sounds good. Thank you. Hello, everybody. This is George of IT Support. So it looks like we have a few call-in users, Todd Gallagher, call-in user 2, call-in user 5, call-in user 9, 10, and 11. I just want to let you guys know, if you guys are listening in, that you guys are unmuted on our side, at least on the WebEx side. So definitely feel free, if you guys have any comments, just to go ahead and unmute yourself on your phones, and then just let the parties know who you are, etc. And then, yeah, you'll be able to free to speak. So that's for the call-in users that are in this WebEx right now. Thank you.
This is Tad. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Todd, I could hear you clearly. Thank you so much. Yeah, I just wanted to let everyone know that. Yeah.
Yep.
So.
I just wanted to make sure I was able to unmute. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Are the calling users muted during the conference, or is it just for now?
Oh no. So actually, you're unmuted as of right now. So yeah, if you'd like to speak, etc., just definitely let the parties know, and then we should all be able to hear you. So.
Great. Thank you.
Absolutely. Bye.
never tell when people have come back or not. WebEx. It's 11 o'clock now. I don't know how many of you all are back. I'll give it another 2 minutes, 11:03. If everyone hears me, I'll get started.
Hi, I apologize. I'm here. Sorry. Sorry about that, guys. We are here, correct?
Yes. Okay. We I said we'd get started at 11:03 because I don't think everyone's back yet. But
Oh, okay, awesome. I apologize for
yeah,
that.
it's okay.
I stepped out
We're
for a
about
bit.
to get started right now anyway.
Got it.
So this section is our first Q&A session on worker safety related SOMs, and for this session, Ben will walk us through our team's proposed SOMs and some of the modifications to the SPMs if they're applicable, and if people have questions about it. So if you want to get started, Ben?
Sure, man. Ready to go. I don't have a lot to present on this.
Actually, before you start, Ben, sorry to interrupt you. Can you, Jorge, George, can you flip to the next slide? I just want to let people know that where to find this worker safety related SOM discussion in the staff proposal. And it's in part 1, section 3, pages 26 to 33. And we have roughly 45 minutes to have the whole Q&A. And as Ben speaks right now, giving you an overview of the section, George, would you mind bringing up the tables that correspond? And so if people have specific questions while Ben speaks, or if they have questions on it later, please ask George to bring up the tables again. Okay, take it away, Ben. Sorry.
It's okay. Thanks, Arnold. I think this section is it's not super extensive here. We wanted to do rates because we wanted to be able to compare across utilities of different sizes, and then also be able to compare across other NAICS codes and other industries for these rates, so we could get a better context of what's going on at PG&E with respect to worker safety. So for these, we just have total of 4 SIF actuals for employees, SIF actuals for contractors, SIF potential rate for employees, and SIF potential rate for contractors. And for the SIF actuals, we recommend using the Cal OSHA requirements. There was comments about the use of that Edison Electrical Institute 14-point decision tree kind of thing as to when and how to report a SIF. We're good with that as long as it's compliant with the Cal OSHA requirements. We in the proposal, and it's certainly open to discussion on it, we proposed doing the actual number of folks that are seriously injured in fatalities as opposed to incidences where potentially multiple people are injured. For the SIF potential rate, I think this is a good leading indicator with the criteria that PG&E proposed and articulated further in the response to the judge. It's consistent with other mechanisms I've seen used and written about in the literature. So for PG&E's reporting purposes. If a branch falls and luckily doesn't hit somebody, but could have because there's no control in place, then I think that should be reported as a SIF potential incident according to their proposed criteria. And that will give us a sense, it'll give us more instances to learn from and avoid future incidences. So that's all I have about that. I just would turn it over to the group and be happy to discuss any element of these reporting requirements. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm remiss here. With safety performance metrics, we also propose updating the definition of safety performance metrics to be consistent with the Cal OSHA requirements.
This is Chris with Cal Advocates. So yeah, I do have a couple of questions regarding this. And actually, I don't know if PG&E is available to talk about the potential one. I think earlier on it was Hannah at PG&E who discussed the potential SIFs. I think this was basically PG&E's proposal, I believe, for potential SIFs, correct? And now it's included in the proposal going forward. Do I understand that correct, Ben?
Yep.
Okay.
And I mean, if we had a uniform like a standard for is agreed upon by all utilities, that would be great to include it in the SPM. But we didn't add it in the SPM at this point because that's not the case. PG&E's proposed criteria and decision tree is consistent with other studies we've seen by DECA and the academic literature, where you can get pretty accurate, repeatable results if staff are appropriately trained on how to identify a potential serious injury fatality incident.
Yeah. I've in previous venues and proceedings and meetings with PG&E, I understand PG&E has a similar separate program for what they might call near miss. And in some ways, I think potential SIFs is similar to near miss. There might be some things that are similar. I'll just say up front, I think that information is really useful. However, I'm really apprehensive about it being used as a SOMS criteria. And while I think that the more information or the more metrics that are used for evaluation of safety are better than fewer, or they provide more value, using a potential SIF I'm concerned about. And I don't know if PG&E is available to, I would ask them right now if they're available, or if Hannah's available, if they could explain the difference between the potential SIF versus PG&E's near miss reporting program, if they're available to chat about that right now.
Sure. This is Becky Johnson. I'm with PG&E's safety team. So thanks for the opportunity. Our SIF potential, that is when it's an incident that had the credible potential to cause a fatality, life-altering injury or illness, or life-threatening injury or illness. And we would use that Edison Electric Institute decision tree, and using the Edison Electric Institute definition that we have been working with other industry partners to implement. So a near hit, as we call them within PG&E, there is some crossover. You're right that that there's some overlap on the Venn diagram of near hits and SIF potentials, but not all near hits are SIF potentials, because we can have an operational near hit and we can also have a safety near hit. And some of the safety near hits don't have that credible potential to cause a life-threatening or life-altering injury. There could be some near hits that could have caused a minor injury, but maybe not have resulted in a SIF actual. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so if I understand it correctly, perhaps the potential SIF might be the more higher level or more extreme or more likely to be an injury than perhaps some of the near hit ones that that might come out of reporting from folks. Is that right?
Correct. So you could have a near hit, say somebody slips and trips and they maybe would have fallen down off of like a 1 foot platform versus, so that would be a near hit, where a SIF potential would be had that same person fallen off a 6 foot platform where they could have done more serious physical damage that could have resulted in a SIF. And both of those would be both of those could be considered a near hit, but one would be a near hit SIF potential and one would be near hit, good thing that was such a short distance that person fell.
Thank you. So I'm going to mention something about that subject, but I also want to mention that I also want to talk a little briefly about what is a SIF. These are employer and contractor, does not include public. But on this one subject about potential SIFs, I just want to share that, I mean, in our meetings previously with PG&E, I think that they were ramping up this program. Maybe it was something for near hits came out of Diablo Canyon, and I think PG&E was expanding this to other lines of business. But I think one of the things they were really doing was to grow those rates, to really have folks report that, so that way the utility would have an opportunity to be aware of it, become aware of it, and then correct it with a corrective action thing. And so while I think it's a really important, valuable safety program, I'm really concerned about it being used as a SOMS, because now it almost creates, a SOMS is sort of like something that's going to trigger an enforcement action. And now it will be creating almost a disincentive for folks to bring that information forward, because now if that's reported and it's assessed as, well, was this really a SIF potential or not, there's going to be potentially a negative consequence on the utility for raising that number up. And that way it's going to, I mean, OSHA actually, in terms of recordables and reportables, I think they actually are very specific that no program should have a disincentive for folks to report things. So I'm really concerned about it using as a SOMS, although I think it has extreme value in being able to have that information available to the utility and everyone. So I don't know if you have any thoughts about that, or if you're familiar with that compared to the near hit program, Becky. Do you have any thoughts about that concern?
Yeah, I have similar concerns. We never want to dissuade people from reporting anything safety related. We look at every near hit, SIF potential, SIF actual as an opportunity to learn. And our philosophy is to look at what failed versus who failed. So what are the operational and systematic and process changes that we need to make to protect our workers? And yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, thank you. So I would just, that's a concern that I have. And then I thought at one point SPD had the public SIF was included in the proposal. Was that ever included, or has it always been just employer and contractor? Can I ask Ben about that?
Sure. Well, first I'd like to follow up on that last bit there. Like, I think the PG&E proposed that, so the SIF potential. So if PG&E is concerned about that over-reporting requirement, then and they think that would result in under-reporting, I think that would be very concerning to us as well, because they proposed it as a SOM. I don't know if it was an unsafe assumption on our part, but we would, I think they have internal reporting requirements that would ensure that they're appropriately reporting. But if that's not the case, then that would be problematic for us as well. And that's a good point you raised, Chris. So PG&E, do you want to follow up? Do you still want to propose that as a SIF? If not, then and those concerns that Chris raised are so severe that you want to rescind that proposal, and we want to hear that out.
This is Marty Kurtovich. I want to argue against rescission because, and please feel free to add, but from an operations research perspective, those two metrics are leading indicators and valuable in the management of the utility. And the whole purpose of this exercise is to make sure executive management is keeping its eyes on the prize on what's most important. And there's always going to be an issue of underreporting or misreporting. And we've seen that in natural gas already at the commission. But I do believe these are valuable leading indicators like Steve Haynes talked about.
May I just add in that I think it's really valuable to have these kind of leading indicators, including the near hit, and I think having that information it helps the utility, and I think it helps other parties and everyone, I think, to really understand that that is coming forward. I think that when PG&E did the near hit, I think what they were looking for was to raise the numbers. I think when they first brought in that metric or that reporting, they were getting low numbers or low reportings, and they wanted to raise it. And I think there were initiatives, at least my understanding, to raise those numbers up. And so my only concern is it's a useful leading indicator. Do you think it should be part of the SOMS metrics where, or could it be a different safety reporting metric? Or I'm just curious, Marty.
Well, the fact that they're using Edison Electric Institute protocols speaks well for it in terms of being up to industry standards. And I think one of the things that came out in the bankruptcy proceeding was that I think it's the last 25 years, PG&E has been in the bottom quartile of electric utilities for employee safety. So I just think this came out in the bankruptcy hearing, was a primary issue that Turn raised. And so the commission does have to respond appropriately. And I think these two metrics are appropriate, particularly since they were recommended by PG&E.
So Chris, if you can elaborate, like I still can't pinpoint what is the issue that you see with the potential.
Okay, Chris, can I ask a question too that I think might feed into Ayat's question? I guess I'm with Chris in the general concerns about including the SIF potential in the SOMS. That doesn't mean I don't think that SIF potential is an important thing for the utility to be tracking, and whether it fits in somewhere else. And so, Chris, I think one of the things that has been highlighted to me during this conversation is that my issue is actually with what is being reported, in that with a potential, the helpful information isn't that the potential occurred, it's what almost occurred. It's not a number, it's a description of an incident. So I'm wondering if maybe some of this can be addressed by changing the metric that is reported from a number to something more qualitative. I don't know. That's just one thought I had, but Chris, sorry to interrupt.
In terms of the concern or the information that's reported, I think Marty referenced a specific Edison, I guess, format for reporting, which he probably has better depth of knowledge of that than I do. So in terms of what rises to a threshold of getting reported, and I'm kind of assuming that it's a count, but then I would think that the other information would be included somehow in that reporting that would be very valuable to everyone. And so I think that all the information is, I think, is valuable to everyone. I think it's valuable to the utility. That's probably why Edison has this as part of their reporting standard. And I can imagine that utilities adopt that because it's a way of uncovering things and being able to address them before they become more of a lagging metric instead of a potential issue. The concern that I have, to answer your question, Ayat, was as I see it now, it is a number. It's like, okay, we're going to count these number, and this is what's going to, be included in the SOM, and then later maybe that will be used to decide on when the enforcement kicks in or whatever. And if that's the case, then that's my concern, because it's almost the reverse of what I think Edison uses the that valuable leading indicator for. The leading indicator is to bring these out, be able to address them, and then be able to improve safety. And in this case, if it's going to be a number that's going to be used against the utility in terms of its enforcement steps, then it's going to create this incentive to like maybe underreport. Well, that wasn't really a SIF. I mean, it was not really a potential SIF, and so then the information may not get reported, and then therefore it's a lost opportunity to improve safety. So I'm just worried that if it's going to be used in a sense of just counting them, then that's a concern. If it's going to be used to bring out the information that Katie's alluding to, I think that's really valuable. And if it's going to be used like Katie's describing, and maybe what Marty was referring to, then I'm just wondering, it definitely would have value. I'm just wondering if it should be as part of this one section of the SOM. So that's my concern.
Yeah, I think that's a really valid point. If it's going to result in reducing the number of reported incidences that could inform the utility on how better to avoid seriously injuring or killing or having serious injuries and fatalities, then that would be problematic, because the whole point is you want to have more instances to learn from, and it's great to have instances that don't result in serious injuries and fatalities, but could have, to add to your inform your safety policy and safeguards. So that would be a concern, and I don't know if PG&E could comment on their policies about training staff to report potential SIFs, such that they would still report these in the event that these were potentially used as a part of a safety and operational metric. That would be helpful.
And Ben, just for your information, in most regulatory regimes where they have enforceable metrics, they have audit programs to ensure there is no false reporting. So I think with the commission adopting metrics, that's going to be the next step, is also adopting a audit program. So.
Yeah, and I just want to also, Chris, thank you for your feedback. Refer back to what Ben initially described. We're not looking at each of these metrics in vacuum. So we're looking at the whole slew of information that we get. And yes, the issue of not reporting and isn't, for any potential, like a potential metric, there is some sort of judgment, right? Like to report a potential or a leading metric. There is some SME area there, but we do need to understand the trends. And it's not like we're not looking at a number per year, we're looking at trends. So it's definitely not, the purpose is not to dissuade PG&E from reporting, it's actually to improve safety. So this is one of the most, in our mind, one of the most important metrics that speaks to safety. But we really look forward for your comments on this issue, and if anything that you could recommend to improve on the metric, we will be happy to look at that too.
Great. This is Becky Johnson from PG&E. I can talk about what we do to encourage reporting. So we've been in the process of tightening up our processes where people know exactly what to do when an incident happens. And we ask employees and our contractors to report any safety incident regardless of the severity. And if anybody's injured or could have been injured, we have clear criteria for what to do and the right people to call. We have one central phone number that people can call when a safety incident does happen. And then we have somebody who mans that line who staffs that line 24 hours a day. And then that person takes in an initial intake report. We create a corrective action program item, a CAP item, so that opens up that gets flagged for the line of business to then review. So safety notification goes out from that initial phone call that I mentioned. The CAP items also opened. The nurse care line is contacted as appropriate, so the person gets the appropriate medical care if EMS isn't required. Within the CAP system, the line of business receives a notification that, hey, an incident happened. Then the line of business reviews it to determine if it possibly meets SIF criteria. And then from there, it's reviewed for the severity, if it's a SIF actual, a SIF potential, or a non-SIF, or a near hit. And then the appropriate action is taken for whatever type of cause evaluation is appropriate for the severity. And we continue to stress the importance of reporting any and all incidents and any and all injuries, so we can go through that thorough process. And we've tightened up that process too, so we can respond a whole lot more quickly to classify the information once we get it. And to your point, the whole goal is to improve safety and look for those trends and learn as much as we can as quickly as possible, determine any points of commonalities, perform any sort of common cause analysis if we're seeing repeat occurrences of specific types of incidents. So I welcome any questions about the process and also any feedback for how we can improve.
Becky, this is Marty Kurtovich. Could you describe how PG&E manages its safety data?
Yes, and we're in the process of consolidating a lot of that. So safety data, that's pretty broad. Do you want to hear specifically about SIF data, or if it's safety data overall, I would need to phone a friend and ask for somebody else who deals specifically with the non-SIF related data?
No, SIF data is great.
Great. So the SIF data gets collected in the CAP system. That is our central repository. That's our single record of truth. And all of the incident data is recorded in there. So the incident happens, the CAP gets opened, it gets reviewed, SIF review team makes their determination, and then that's where we house all of the data related to cause evaluation. We keep some spreadsheets just for tracking, and that's a combination of Excel and Power BI, where we can do some trending and project management, and then do some data visualization in Tableau. But CAP is that single record that we have.
And does PG&E ever do any internal audits of the program by a third-party internal group?
So we do have internal audit who performs an assessment of what we're doing with very hyper-specific parts of the SIF program. Right now, internal audit is taking a look at our whole intake process. So what happens when an incident occurs, and if the lines of business are consistent with what it is that we're doing, and if what they're doing matches up with what enterprise health and safety says that they should be doing. And then also looking for opportunities to make that more efficient. And then Conger and LC has been doing an audit as well. They've been looking more at the investigation, the criteria that we use to determine if something is SIF actual, SIF potential, or non-SIF, and then also the appropriateness of the evaluation tools that we use, like the human factors analysis and classification system and barrier analysis.
Great, thank you. A quick question, Becky. Regarding, like, say we would like to look back at historical data to trend SIF actuals. Now that the Calocious code has changed in its definition, how would you do that in your data analysis?
Sure. So we're working on that right now. We are doing some data cleanup to make sure that we're doing a like for like comparison with historical data and what's going on right now. And we are feeding that into the Tableau data visualization tool to look specifically at SIF. But then we also want to do some, so that's descriptive statistics. We also want to do some inferential statistics. So we're using that data and we're plugging it into the database that we use for our safety observations. So that's typically looking at lower severity observations and some safety incidents. But we're putting the SIF data into that because the third-party vendor who houses that for us has a repository of industry data from throughout the US. And so they have a whole lot more data points and a whole lot more history than we have. So we're getting to the point where we can do some inferential modeling, taking a look at not just the trends, but also what some of the precursors are that could lead to a SIF.
Thank you.
Becky?
Okay. Hey, Chris, you brought up SIF public. Is now a good time to talk about that? Or is there other?
Yes, I would. If I could ask one more quick question of Becky.
Yep.
Becky, so if folks report fewer SIF potentials, for whatever reason, they report fewer SIF potentials, then this metric 1.3 rate of SIF potential would go down, correct? And so PG&E would consider that, and the commission and everyone would consider that an improvement. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's I would interpret that the same way.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. So a lower reporting or a lower, for whatever reason, would be considered an improvement in this metric. I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks. Yeah. So
quick
about the public SIF.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just a quick follow up on that. So like the methodology that PG&E proposed, that EEI methodology, it was like a multi-year process with utilities all over the country that were involved. So like it was tested to some extent, and I've seen similar studies that had similar methodologies. And so like what you're supposed to, I mean, if you're not assuming that the SIF potential is actually measuring like life-threatening incidents, then I mean, if you're assuming that it's actually measuring life-threatening incidences, then you do want it to go down. But if you think it's so that's the goal. We want to see it go down. So as long as it's like repeatable and accurate and objective, then it's good to have any life-threatening incidences go down. So
absolutely. Yeah, and I'm more than happy to send you the references for that. It's Dr. Matthew Hallowell from the University of Colorado who co-developed that, along with his colleagues who've done extensive construction safety, specifically electric utility safety, and it is all repeatable. It's peer-reviewed and went through IRB. It's all legitimate research.
Becky.
This is Katie. I think this conversation, though, is highlighting my concerns that we previously have stated in our comments. So I'm not going to go through all of them here regarding the SIF potential, and that yes, you want to see the number of life-threatening incidents going down, but if you're seeing the SIF actual go, just kind of more SIF potential would be good if that means you have less SIF actual. I guess is sort of the conversation or the point I'm trying to make. And less SIF potential is bad if that means you have more SIF actual. And so I find it to be, when you look at it on a numbers basis, a less helpful than if you're looking at it on a qualitative, what actually happened, what are the incidents, what can we learn from them basis, which makes them a little less helpful as a SOM.
Sure.
It's still a helpful point of information. It's a very helpful point of information, but a less helpful SOM.
Yeah, so Katie, to address what you're saying, and I totally agree with you. And the point of our investigations, not it's number one, find out what happened, but secondly, how can we improve our systems, our processes, and our controls, knowing that we're working in a complex, dynamic environment. Things are changing all the time. This is high risk work. We know that things can happen. And so what measures can we have in place to reduce, number one, the incidents themselves, but also if an incident occurs, what controls do we need to have in place, both preventive and also recovery controls, to reduce the severity of the impact if and when an incident occurs? So is somebody wearing fall protection? So that protects them if something happens, they're not going to fall off of a platform, or do they have a fall arrest system? So if they do fall, is that thwarted in the process? So we're looking at, number one, what's the best way to get the job done most safely? Secondly, what's the best way to protect the workers if and when something happens?
And yeah, I think exactly that kind of, I think, is my point, that what is helpful is what you've learned from it, not necessarily what the number is.
Well, Kate, this is Eric from UCAN. Just to ask, aren't we ultimately also using these criteria to direct investment? So it's useful there, right? I realize safety and lives are hard to equate to investment, but ultimately the whole set of criteria are directed in part to get to the GRC and how much money is going to be spent in various areas. So I'm just asking, isn't it useful, these numeric criteria? I completely agree with you on the qualitative information. We need more of it, and it needs to be better, more clear. But I'm just saying that I think the numbers themselves are still useful, right? Important, right? Interesting.
Well, I think, I mean, I'm thinking about these SOMs with, I would have to think more about it within the investment perspective, but for purposes of today, I'm thinking about them in terms of the enhanced oversight and enforcement. And I think Turn has previously expressed our concerns about a potential number being included in those SOMs for many of the reasons that have been discussed today.
Thank you.
All right, so public SIF. Chris, you asked, like, did we previously recommend a public SIF, or was that your question?
Yeah, was that previous and now it's not there, or was it never there?
So it was never there for from a SPD perspective. It is collected in the SPMs, the safety performance metrics. So when PG&E proposed their 12 metrics, I don't know if it was universal amongst SPD staff, but it was certainly my reaction was, hey, how come there's no public SIF in there? Like they're in the SPMs, and obviously we should be concerned about serious injuries and fatalities amongst members of the public, perhaps above anything else. So that's like a important thing to measure. But then as we were going through this process, with what is the enhanced oversight and enforcement process, and what are SOMs for? So if you have a like, say you have public SIFs in there, and we see the numbers go up from one year to the next, and perhaps that we can substantiate that increase is attributable to something greater than other than chance, like there's some driver there that PG&E is doing something wrong. Then what happens? Then we would say, okay, that's step one, or if it's systematic, that's step three. Then what is the ramifications for that in this by using SOMs? The ramifications are a reporting requirement and corrective action. Whereas if you're using an alternative enforcement mechanism, such as like sheriffs, CAL FIRE, or the CPUC's other enforcement mechanism, or like civil and criminal courts, the actual ramifications of a public SIF are substantially greater than that, and having them included in the SOMs doesn't provide additional enhanced oversight and enforcement. It's actually just like an extra ancillary thing that is not necessarily doesn't correspond. It's not proportional to the incident that occurs. So like if somebody gets killed or a community is burned down or a house is burned down, somebody dies, the property is damaged, then we're not going. The CPUC is not going to wait for a SOLMS report to get submitted and then write a resolution and give it to the commission for their consideration to put them into step 1 or step 3, as the case may be. They're going to immediately initiate an investigation and bring the full force of their all enforcement activities, including large civil penalties and additional corrective actions that would be related to PG&E causing a member of the public to be seriously injured or killed. So basically, it's like if an incident occurs, like who cares? Like it's not like who cares, but it's like the fact that it's a triggering event in SOLMS is much less of a big deal than civil criminal penalties and investigations by law enforcement related to that event. It's just like a separate extra thing that doesn't necessarily enhance the commission's enforcement abilities.
Okay, thank you. I think that we would probably still see value in reporting the public, and I understand, I appreciate that explanation to understand why it was removed. I think that there are some things that can be that can benefit from the public SIFs, because I think that there are some, if it's a relatively high profile event where there's a loss of life, then yes, I completely understand the commission will probably open up an OII and really go through the process, and then perhaps it will reach some kind of enforcement, perhaps a settlement, or I'm not sure, because I've seen both. I think that having that metric provides additional information, perhaps a threshold, and there can be sort of like, okay, there was a loss of life due to this particular type of situation or this infrastructure associated with this particular infrastructure, and having that brought forward, I think, does provide some additional opportunities. But I hear what you're saying. There's also the enforcement side, which definitely happens, especially when there's a kind of like a large event. But thanks.
We're still collecting it with SPMs. It's not like we're not collecting it anymore. So there's no removal of it. It's just not included because it doesn't enhance our enforcement abilities.
I just wanted to follow on with what Chris said. I think Turn agrees that I hear you, and I understand that it's still in the SPM and that it's other enforcement is available. I think that it is still an important piece of information that the public, etc., would like to see in the SOLMS, considering the past trying to come up with the right past conduct of the utility. The fact that we've seen fatalities in the past, I think it's just an important number to have included in the SOLMS generally. And because of the fact that the decision is being made to not identify certain specific triggers, I think it's okay to have it in there, even if it wouldn't be the thing triggering the enforcement, because it will just provide another piece of the overall picture.
Okay, so that's you can just write up like in the comments like what you think the additional benefits from within the ELE would be for that, and we're happy to consider that.
Okay, so we're at the point in the discussion where we're going to transition to another session. If anyone has any other additional questions, please hold them to the end of the day. We have another discussion time.
Can I just make 2 quick comments? This is Dan Coleman from SDE. Just we didn't really touch on the SPMRs, and SDE will provide more detail in our written comments. But if I could just make a quick statement.
Sure.
So I would just, SCE would encourage parties to consider for the SPMRs to be moved to the EEI definitions for both employee and contractor SIF, just because that's where the larger industry is going. So just something for parties to consider. And then just looking at the current definition that was, or I'm sorry, the new proposed definition of SIF actual refers to Cal OSHA reportable serious injuries and fatalities. I just wanted to note that, from a contractor reportable serious injury for Cal OSHA, that is kind of the contractor's responsibility to report, not the IOUs. So it's kind of a definition that's a little bit outside of the IOU's control. So we would probably prefer to use a different definition for SIFs. And so, like I said, we'll provide more detail in our comments, but just wanted to provide that detail for the team. Thank you.
Titan, are you asking for both SIF actual and SIF potential?
So I was just referring to the safety performance metrics, the SPMRs. So I don't believe that any proposal for PSIF was in that. So just
I
actuals.
thought you were talking about SOMs. Okay, so you're just referring to the SPMs.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want to take more time on that because we're up against the clock there, Dan. But if you could, yeah, I'd be curious to see about the reporting issue and how you get contractors to report. It's like if they report, when they report to Cal OSHA, if they also tell you or not. Like, I'd be interested to learn more about that.
Okay, we will address that in our written comments. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Okay, so at this point, we'll move on to the next session. George, if you don't mind moving to the next slide. Yep. So we're doing a Q&A on the natural gas system, SOMs, and fielding any questions on the SPMs. And if you can go to the next slide. Specifically, you can refer to Part 1, Section 6, pages 57 and 63 of the draft staff proposal. And again, we have 45 minutes in this section, and that'll run us to 12:30. Fred Haynes will take over from here and introduce this section. Oh, and sorry, Jorge, George, could you put up the
Thanks, Arnold.
put up the tables?
Yeah, Arnold, is my audio working?
Yes, sir. We hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Well, this is a Q&A, so I didn't have any specific presentation planned, and just welcome a discussion of any of these points, any of these proposed SOMs.
This is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, hi.
Hi. So so we're talking about any of them, right? So if, like, looking at the tables, I could be talking about table 2 or table 3. Is that right? Here?
We're talking about natural gas. Natural gas SOM.
Yeah, you can bring up anything related to SOMs or SPMs as long as it's related to natural gas.
Okay.
And
So
also, if it's related to natural gas, you could mention things that you think should be included that aren't included too, just like in that discussion we had about public SIFs.
Okay, great. So, well, one of the questions that I had was, you know, when you read the recommended additional SPMs, it says on the updated table, number 27 and number 28, both of those apply to gas, right? As well as the other electric dam safety. That's correct, right?
Can you bring up the table
Oh.
she's referring to?
Yeah, it doesn't look like I have that. Let me scroll down for you and see.
Yeah, if you could scroll down further, it might be the next table.
Yeah, let me know if it's one of these. I apologize.
If not, actually, I think I know what Melinda's getting at.
Yeah, actually,
it-
Arnold, let me answer that. She's referring to the new proposed SPMs 27 and 28, and the answer to your question is correct. It refers, those two metrics apply both to electric and gas safety.
Okay, so basically, if in the category section of the chart, if it says if gas is included, that means it does apply to gas. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. That's what I thought and was hoping. Then when you go into, I guess what my question or suggestion would be is to in these that do apply to gas, it seems like the description of the metric is more electric focused. So this median time to correct inspection findings, that is really important on the gas side, because what we're struggling with right now is really long times for repairs, and it's impacting the public in many adverse ways. And so this, I'm glad to see that this has been proposed for the gas side. I appreciate it. I think it's good. And I would just suggest that inspections, when we talk about in the description, inspections for overhead conductors and poles, maybe also inspections for natural gas pipelines, or whatever you somehow indicate that inspections are also included for the gas side, because this whole metric does apply to the gas side too.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I should make a correction to mention gas facilities also, pipelines. Good, thank you very much.
Thank you.
George, do you mind scrolling all the way to the bottom? Steve, you can actually see the definition. I know exactly what Melinda's talking about. The definition looks like it's only addressing electric, but the category of risk refers to gas and electric, as Steve was saying. So we can take a quick look at it.
Yeah, and same thing for, I mean, I didn't go through all of them and notice, but yeah, for the first 27 and 28 are the ones I was just talking about, but there's others too, like number 40 for the work order backlog, that also applies to gas. And it also seems to be more, in the description, it seems more electric focused, but I think it's important on the gas side as well.
Yeah, the intent was to apply both to electric safety and gas safety, but somehow in coming up with the descriptions, there was an oversight. Obviously, we'll correct those oversights.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh, one more thing, I guess, if I could. Well, no, that's okay. I think. Well, I'll hold my own thought. Thank you, guys.
This is Chris. If we could scroll up to, I think it's 4.5 gas emergency response time. And I believe, so this is average time to arrive on site. And I'm just curious, is this going to be reported as a time, or as whether it's under a certain threshold value? Will this just be in minutes?
This would be, yeah, time in minutes. I think we earlier spoke about the idea of having the utilities set their own goals as an initial way of determining some thresholds. So yeah, this is just time in minutes.
Okay. And this will probably come out in our comments, but if I was just curious what that reporting structure is. I believe in GO 112F, utilities on the gas side, they report emergency response like in buckets. Is that right? Do they report like under 5 minutes, 5 to 10, or something like that? Is that how it's done with 112?
That's what I recall. Yeah, I think you're right that under the GO 112F they report it in buckets of time blocks instead of just average time overall. If you would like to recommend in your comments that we mimic the same, I think I'm certainly open to that idea.
Yeah, we probably will. In fact, it might be useful information in terms of when it gets down to a SOMS. It might be actually, maybe there could be a couple of data points. One which would be the average. Another might be how often it's in like one of the longer buckets or longer than a certain threshold or something like that. And this is going to be kind of like a recurring suggestion in other metrics too. So for example, in the electric side, there might be, I believe when we get to that, the SOMS might say less than, I don't know if it's an hour or something like that. But in terms of safety, whether it's an emergency response for a gas or electric, I think what's really valuable will be not just, okay, I met the threshold for emergency responder, that they got there within the hour where they have to report it on one side or the other side of the line, but to get there in as fast as possible. So that, and I recall an incident here in the Bay Area over in the East Bay in Orinda, and this is going to deviate a little bit because it's talking about electric, but there was a bucket crew up washing windows, and there were transmission lines, and the emergency responders just had to sit there. And I think it was for almost an hour before they waited for the utility to de-energize the lines. Meanwhile, the workers were actually on fire in their bucket trucks, but nobody could get to them. So I think having the threshold, I think there would be a lot more value on somehow capturing, getting it as soon as possible. And then to what Melinda was just discussing about the inspections and maintenance average times, I think that having, capturing the extreme ends or the buckets parts of it, I think would have a lot of value, because moving the bar on the average time might be a real long challenge. But I think in terms of immediate safety benefits, I think having the visibility and the focus on getting it response and getting the inspection times down or the maintenance times down is going to have a lot of value. So that Melinda was talking about some which take forever, and if that is in fact happening, if it's taking forever, having that visible and having that as a metric, I think would be very valuable to, I think, improving safety and for parties to understand where that stands. So we'll try to provide some input on that to the extent we're able to in time for the comments. But I would just mention that the average kind of loses some information, I believe. So anyway.
I think you make a good point, Chris.
Yes, sorry, may I comment on a clarification? Okay, sorry, didn't mean to catch you there. The two emergency response definitions for gas and electric are adherent to the benchmarkable metrics. That's why they're proposed under the certain definitions they are. If you change that definition, they won't be benchmarkable, and that's going to give us the inability to gauge performance of what's good or what's bad. I'd also want to note that if we were to include information on extreme ends of performance, I would like to understand and have clarity on how those anomalies, because by definition, being on an extreme end, it's an exception, not the norm, how that would be used to gauge performance over time, again, to the intent of EOEP. So if we're using trends and we're gauging trends over time, if we have a larger trend of the extreme ends, the average is going to go up. If we have a larger trend of one, it's going to go down. But to call out the specific anomalies and extremes, we would like to seek to understand how that would be used to meet the intent of EOEP. Yes, and then also note that it's not going to be benchmarkable if you start cutting the, 50 flavors of the same metric. I think there's a lot of value in keeping the benchmarkable version for this purpose.
This is Melinda. From Protect Our Communities, I completely agree with Chris that the averages, if we're just talking about average or medians, it's going to not present an accurate reflection. So the way that you just presented it was talking about extremes or anomalies, but it could be that these data points that make the median or the average inaccurate or misleading even are not necessarily uncommon events, but are still on one side of the scale or the other. So I definitely, thanks for pointing that out, Chris. I think it's a really important distinction. And I would note that 112F at 123.2B has reporting requirements for leaks repaired in the calendar year, showed time between finding the leak and its repair in intervals of various intervals. So I think that's something that we're interested in seeing as a metric. And again, thanks, Chris, for pointing that out about the medians.
I would add on. So I understand what I think you're saying, Hannah, is there's a value. One of the objectives or attributes that I think you're valuing is benchmarking, which I think has value. I think that there's different things that come out of different metrics, and I think something that's benchmarked if someone else is also using the exact same metric has value. I think that there's also value if there's a metric that is adopted, maybe it's not benchmarked by other utilities at this point or by some national standard or whatever. And so, yeah, it wouldn't have that additional value. But I think that if there's an opportunity to consider metrics that I think are helpful in capturing safety and then driving that benefit, then I don't think that should necessarily keep from adopting that metric. As one other example, I kind of discussed gas and electric, but I don't think we've gotten into PSPS metrics. But for example, PSPS, you can look at de-energizing customers and the number of minutes that a customer's interrupted across a utility system. And then you can do something like shortening that de-energization for a large number of customers, maybe by, if they were de-energized for 48 hours, you could maybe reduce it by an hour. But that might not have the real impact that customers, a smaller number of customers who might be de-energized. For example, I've heard Lake County say they were de-energized for a week. But it might be a small pocket of customers. But if you address that, it may not, if you're looking only at the average, it might be, okay, let's reduce every customer by 1 hour who is de-energized by 48 hours. But now there's no focus on that pocket who were de-energized for a week. So I think that capturing the extremes has value, because I think that then focuses attention on areas that have the greatest impacts and the greatest risks. So I think that there is value in having, not to exclude having, some benchmarkable metric. I don't think there's a reason to exclude it, but I think having an additional metric that captures the extremes also has an important aspect that can be focused on for safety and operational metrics.
All right, yep. So I'm just going to last state that we would seek to understand and get clarity on the intent of enhanced enforcement and whether it's used to address single extreme events, low quantity, like the higher risk of quantity ends of the curve, or is it to address organizational failures that result in lower than reasonable levels of service over time, engage that over time. Those are two different intents, and we, as an organization, would need to understand. I also would note that when we work with extremes, we go into a dangerous territory of unintended consequence with things like risk spend efficiency. So it creates pressure to, in some ways, correct very low probability style events, which can be very high cost, and we would look to have the commission help us understand reasonable levels of spend and where those bounds are. So quite a few, I think, conflicting issues by presenting both. It's like, they create conflicting pressures, I would say, and we would just need clarity on how it would be used for the purposes of enhanced enforcement and how it be used safely, responsibly, and cost effectively.
We haven't conceptualized using outlier extreme events at this point, but I mean, if we can, like, I get what you're saying with the differing different ways of looking at it there in the conflict therein. But I mean, I think this is one of those things we'll have to like get the written comments and think about it, because the way most of these things we were looking at was get the historical data, look for blips or anomalies like in the given year based on the cumulative data submitted in that year relative to prior years. So this would be a new concept in that framework.
Ben, so if the intent is to capture the extreme events, then we would use average. If the intent is to capture the norm, then we would use the median. So it depends on how we want to capture the SOMs, the metrics.
Sure, or well, I guess that could be, depends on the distribution of the, it could be the same in lots of instances. I don't know what the distribution of this particular indicator would be.
So what do parties think, and you don't have to answer now, maybe in your comments, about including medians and averages instead of buckets of intervals?
Well, some of these won't be like that.
I'll just jump in real quick, pardon me, and say I think probabilities and intervals are always important, and to simplify it, oversimplify it, to go to averages and median, I think is potentially to take away information.
So we're talking for the purpose of SOMs. I mean, for SPMs, we can potentially consider other ranges depending on your proposals, but for purposes of SOMs, the application is very limited.
Yeah, that might be appropriate. I don't know. I just don't want to I want to make sure we don't make summary decisions quickly without thinking about them fully.
you have Fred, we don't, I guess we have Fred online. So you guys, if you have questions on gas-related metrics, whether it's zones or SPMs, that would be a good time to ask before we break into lunch.
This is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities again. Is there, I was just looking through, I see the electric description for root cause analysis performed. Is there a similar one on the gas side?
I don't think we've called out a requirement to measure how many root cause analysis is done on a gas event. We haven't really considered that as yet.
That might be helpful.
Okay, any other gas related questions? If not, we can talk more about that other issue that got raised in terms of what data gets submitted a little bit further. It seems like it would vary, what data and how it's submitted would vary depending on the metric. Some would be, some are just numbers or counts, and some are rates. So I don't know how that would fit into, perhaps what gets submitted would vary depending on which metric we're talking about.
Well, this is Melinda again. I'd be interested in hearing what people have to say on that, because I'm not quite sure I understand exactly the issue, but I would like to.
And this is Chris. So are you talking about, like, for example, what's on the screen right here, like perhaps the gas emergency response time, or am I kind of?
Yeah, I think yeah. So it's back to the questions that Hannah was raising about what gets submitted and how's it going to be used, and I don't think we thought that through. You were suggesting. Could you repeat what you were suggesting?
My question was about comparing number, I guess, for example, 4.5 gas emergency response time, comparing it to GO-112F, where the data is reported in buckets. And in terms of, I mean, if this is just a working group with utilities and interveners and, commission staff, and some of them are more understanding of what, for example, is in GO-112F, for example, than I myself may be, although I did follow it a little bit. I'm curious, I don't know what data is coming in on that. I don't know what data is. I know it's been reported. I don't know what that past data is. I know part of this discussion has been, building up a database and kind of understanding how the data has done over years, and so I don't know how much data is collected on GO112F, for example, and understanding what those reportings show in each of the different time buckets. But I would think that in addition to 4.5, perhaps there could be a 4.5A that captured like, you know, what is the top 10% in terms of length of time? What is the threshold number in which 10% are at the extreme? It's just, you know, a thought given, you know, my limited understanding of GO112F, but perhaps, you know, it could be another data point that would capture the extremes. And to the extent that there was a methodology that could be used for some of these other similar types of things, like when inspections just don't get done, or maintenance just doesn't get done, or also on the electric side, the electric response time, to be able to capture that extreme and then have that reported, it would then be something that could ultimately play a role in if thresholds were determined at some point down in another phase of this proceeding. It could be an indicator of, oh, well, after we have this data from the different operators, and we might identify, well, this one seems a little odd. Is there an explanation for that? Is there something that could be done to improve it? Or is this something that needs attention so that it could be an enforcement action before it turns into a catastrophic event or a lagging indicator? So I think a lot of these adopted or proposed metrics are really valuable as leading indicators. So I think that there's value from the average time, but I think that there's value in understanding the extremes. And if it could be brought forward as a, you know, maybe the high, what value do you get to when you reach 10% or greater than? Is that something that you reach early on or later on? You know, what does that number, what time is that? And you know, so it's just, you know, others may have other thoughts, but you know, as an initial thought about data and what could be gathered, it's just something, you know, to consider at this moment, you know.
Okay, so that'll get that almost gets us into threshold of like what's unacceptable. Like if you pick like the 10%, like, you know, the tail end of response times, like how many did you have in you know, that, you know, or what was, I guess what was the, I mean, you could do it in quartiles or whatever, but and then how many did you have, incidences did you have that were it took a really long time to get to? So that might be a longer term discussion than for the initial crack at SOMs in terms of getting some tools in the commission's hands in the EOE. But certainly, like, if you want to submit something there, we could think about it.
Sure, and certainly,
yeah,
when it would be used as a threshold would be a very a long-term thing to determine thresholds, definitely for the future.
I do like, this is Fred, I like Chris's suggestion that, you know, perhaps the one metric of, you know, what was your average response time in the most extreme, let's say quartile or whatever. I think he was suggesting that the most extreme 10% of response times would be just one additional metric. In my mind, when he started talking about the buckets of GO112F, I was thinking we would have to be tracking every time in each of the buckets, which I think there's like 4 or 5 buckets, which would start adding a lot of extra metrics to try to be looking at. But a single additional metric sounds a lot more reasonable and practical to me.
Again, I'd just like to note that, oh, my video. We need clarity on how the EOEP process is being used. We're not gonna have thresholds on any of these things yet. So it's all just looking at what's good, what's bad, and especially when you go to that kind of approach of looking at the ends, we have very little indicator to tell us what's good, what's bad. and you're measuring the utility to a normal performance at the same time to very extreme discrete events of performance that you'd have to, because they're look, frequency extremes, they're discrete, you'd really have to understand the context around them. Like what was the scale of what was going on? Where was it? Was it up in the Sierras on an on-access road? You know, I mean, things like that, right? We have no issue with the data transparency. Of course, I'm pretty sure you're going to get all that data through what's requested in the report. But again, that's managing two different intents. That's going to be difficult as a utility to navigate. And again, a safe, cost-effective, targeted, clear way to improve our overall performance to a reasonable level of service. So I just really want to keep going back to that intent of EOAP. Thanks.
Thanks, Hannah. I just want to say, I think Ben explained this earlier in the presentation. We're going to trend the data. So we're going to look at your historical data. And that's what was also a question regarding the SOMs, like how far back each of those SOMs exists. For instance, with new definitions, how we're going to massage the data or clean up some of the data to match historical data to new definitions and whatnot. So there are some nuance there that we need to discuss or further develop. But because of phase one, there's so many things needs to be done, and we have limited time to go through all these details. And the big idea is that, okay, we're going to look at historical data. We're going to look at your SOM and train the data and get some sense of, look, as it was said in one of the decisions, right? Like the decision basically articulated that you will be judged on your future performance, but looking back at your historical data or performance. So that's the comparison, basically.
I'm in complete agreement. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'm in totally agreement with you. That I think is a really good point. I think it said in the ALJ ruling with the kind of guidelines that, an ill-conceived or an ill-formed or fast put together metric can be really detrimental. And I think this is a really good example of that. I mean, we need to understand, look, and decide what's the point of view here, because managing overall performance with an average versus managing extremes are two different work plans at the utility that have two different costs so to understand actually how this works in terms of translating to our operations through that historical data and give it the time it needs, because these metrics will change the way PG&E works, and that's what they're meant to do. So to give unclear or foggy any kind of unclear direction here via these metrics can really just have the opposite effect on the purpose of the OEP, which is to improve performance. I think so. I totally agree. I think the data's there. Everyone can see it. We can work with it and check it out, but we need to be very careful before we set out metrics prior to that.
Yeah, that's
you mean targets? You mean targets?
No, I mean metrics. Like we need to know what the metric means, what it's telling us, and what it's going to drive, and not set up two metrics that drive two different sets of behavior.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we are clear about the definitions and we're comparing apples to apples, like we're comparing, even if it's in extreme events, we're looking just at extreme events. And if we're looking at averages, we're looking at averages.
Yeah, what I'm asking y'all to think through, though, is to pull that thread all the way through to how PG&E's, how we're going to work with these metrics. They're there for us to drive performance on them, and we know that they're our top priority because that's what we've all agreed on. It's going to drive our work plans and the way we work and everything. So it's not just a clear definition. It's what is behavior that's going to drive at PG&E. And again, if you have two conflicting things that give you two conflicting sets of behavior, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be any of our benefit, right? So I think it's critical. This is not just about definitions. This is about the result it drives. And you really need to think and pull that thread all the way through, and especially when you're setting up different cuts of the same data, because there's reasons why you would look at different cuts. It's to drive different behavior. So, we really, really I sincerely mean, like, we're going to drive change on these metrics. We want to drive change on these metrics, but they've got to be clean and targeted. And we can't just be like throwing stuff out without thinking about the unintended consequence of what it will become for our ratepayers and for our own work, you know?
Yeah, and to the extent possible in your comments, please clarify any particular proposed SOMs, and if there are issues with that particular SOM, if you have suggested modifications and the rationale, that all helps us make a informed decision at the end. Thanks.
Yeah, so real quick, just to get back at the core, I think, Hannah, you're getting at a core issue here with what the EOE process is about and what's described in the decision. So, and we're struggling, at least we have struggled with that as well. You're on the, the end of it where you're like, what are we supposed to do? And we're on the end of it, how are we supposed to implement this? And, or how is this going to be implemented? And the EOE process and SOMs, the way they're described in the decision is unfortunately fairly foggy. Like, so what are SOMs? SOMs are metrics that if you guys make progress on them will result in safe, clean, reliable, affordable electricity or energy. And then we're supposed to use these to see if you're making sufficient progress on those metrics. And so on one sense, they're extremely broad, what they're for and what you're trying to get towards. And then from our end, it's like, what is sufficient progress on them? So that's the core issue. But basically, what we're thinking about in terms of this is like any of the metrics or a combination of metrics. If it looks like there's a concerning trend, we'll look at it and then decide and then use some kind of way to substantiate it. It could be a variety or a combination of different methods to say like, hey, this looks like it's not sufficient progress on this particular metric, and then make an argument why, qualitatively, quantitatively, that's the case for the commission to consider and parties to consider as a resolution. So it's just foggy.
I know, I totally get that. I guess what I would offer there is that, so you're saying you'll look at it to see if there's insufficient progress, you'll be looking at trends, but what we're going to be doing is managing that on a day-to-day basis to make sure there is sufficient project and there are not trends. So that's what I'm saying. Our action is on the front end. So we don't sit around and wait to see if you guys see a trend for us to take action. From day one, we're building work plans to achieve what these set out, and these need to be clear. So we build work plans that achieve them. If it's just manage everything and manage the exceptions and the norms. And, like I said, this, across our territory, that is very different type of work. So we, it's got to be clear so we can do the work, so we don't go into enhanced enforcement, and that we can correct ourselves when we do. We don't want, what you're describing is very retroactive. We're going to be on the front end. So, it can't just be like, oh, maybe it'll look like this or maybe it'll look like that, right? We've got to be able just to focus and get it right. And I'm not seeing a lot of value in adding in every different way, besides making us less focused and more unsure of what progress looks like. So I do mean this sincerely, right? Like, first and foremost, the work it's going to drive. And if we're looking at everything, then we're looking at nothing. If you kind of think about it like that, it's just,
No, that's right. That's the challenge here. So we tried to pick some metrics that will do that, or that will, focus to the extent that there is a focus that can lead to safe, clean, reliable, or safe, affordable, reliable energy consistent with the clean energy goals, as is what we're dealing with here. So yeah, any comments you have that would help direct this to be, because the other thing is it says attainable, like it says.
Oh, sorry.
Description of safety and operational. So.
Sorry, you broke up for me there. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I would, encourage that point. That's what we're seeking under. Like, again, we would need that clarity if we take that approach to seek to understand what attainable means with you all, because we have an authorized spend with authorized work in it. and authorized work doesn't look like go fix the single circuits out there, like those anomalies, right? And the entire system. And again, we have a work plan that's laid out and authorized. And we need to have it be attainable and have it be within our realm of resources, authorized spend, and, you know, available, everything that goes into work plan, right? So these are the types of things we would need clarity on if we were to go down some of these paths like are being recommended. So that's really what I'm trying to highlight. It becomes a much more complex woven thing that starts bouncing around in a lot of constraints.
Got it.
This might be a good time to stop. And if this conversation comes up again, we can always discuss it at later points in the afternoon. So let's break for lunch now, and then all come back at 1 o'clock, and we'll start right at 1 o'clock this time. Thank you.
Hey, Arnold.
Hey, George, is that you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right. Not, I can't tell if anyone else is back or what kind of critical mass we have, but
Hey, guys, I'm on.
great. Yeah, it's showing 1 o'clock on my computer, so I'm just going to get started
I'm
here.
here.
I did it. All right, welcome back, everybody. So we'll go ahead and get started. If you can, George, if you can move to the next slide. And we're going to do a question and answer session on the electrical system with wires down and ignition specifically. And in this section, Marty and Steve will be fielding questions. So if you can flip to the next slide. So this slide basically just, again, like previous examples, tells you where in the draft proposal you might want to look if you want to reference some of the rationale definitions for the SOMs in this chapter, in this session. And we have 45 minutes allotted for this one. So George, if you could just put up the tables, and Steve and Marty take it away.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. So we're presenting on electric SOMs, not presenting, actually taking your questions. We're have plenty of time for discussion for SOMs as well as the modified SPMs related to electric metrics.
So this is Steve Hain here. What I'm very much interested in parties' feedback is on my revised definition of what constitutes a wire down event. Previously, there was no, as I mentioned before during the SPM discussion, there was no definition of what is meant by a wire down event. So it was left pretty much up to the imagination, using basically a layman's definition of what is a wire down event, understood to be a wire coming down and touching the ground. But that turns out to be very inadequate, and therefore I propose this new definition. But I don't believe it's perfect. I think there may be flaws in this definition, so I would like to hear your feedback on this proposed definition. What I mean by flaws is it may not cover all instances, and it may also possibly include instances that may not constitute what one would consider a wire down event. So I would like to hear your feedback on this definition. If you don't have a feedback right away, that's fine. I would like to hear your feedback after you consult with your SMEs within your organization.
Hi, Steve. This is Chris. Just so I got my bearings, have my bearings right. There's two sections on electric for today's agenda, and this one's called wires down and ignitions, and the other one is electric. Just so I'm oriented right. The other one is going to cover a different part of electric. Is that right, or just want to see if I'm?
Yeah, the other session will cover inspections and compliance.
Yeah, that other discussion will cover primarily inspections. This one,
okay.
Wire down events.
Okay. Well,
ignitions and wire down events. Yeah.
Okay. So I would ask if maybe I'll just jump in and start asking a couple of questions if that's okay. I think that there's a lot of additional good additional information that comes out of this additional stuff concerning wires down. I think it's going to be very valuable. I think it's good leading indicator. I mean, some of it might be considered lagging as well as leading, but I think there's a lot of good leading indicator stuff in here as well that will be very useful to try to capture performance prior to some of the worst case events. Just so I understand this, so it says here that wires down on major event days. I understand some of this stuff is captured by WSD as well, I believe, but I think the more information, the better, because it can some information, some metric may miss something that another metric captures. But is there a reason to that this is specific to major event days?
Well, that's one reason for that is it primarily it aligns with the existing metrics number one and number two on safety performance metrics side. And Joe Mitchell of MGRA also expressed a preference for having wire down events specifically on major event days. I think there's a reason for that. Major event days are defined by the IEEE concerning days with a lot of outage.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, please finish your thought. I was gonna say I had the same question as you, and I think I want to kind of dig into this a little further. And in my opinion, this conversation about MEDs would apply to all of the metrics that are being proposed with MEDs. If you finish your thought, Chris, I can jump in.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I'm looking to further understand. So you said there's a reason to include the MEDs. One, just side note with wires down. This list doesn't have wires down. All this only has MEDs. So that was just one thing I wanted to point out. It's just a little, in other metrics, we've been kind of presenting both. When you just have it on MEDs, it's a very narrow view. So I'm just going to spend a minute here because this is going to apply to a few different metrics, right? With MEDs, this exact same kind of questioning or thought or clarity we're seeking. So an MED, and I'm going to quote IEEE, the standard here a little bit. It is, an MED designates a day or days with events that exceed reasonable design or operational limits of the electric power system. They're statistically days that have a daily SAIDI greater than the threshold on which the energy delivery system is experiencing stress beyond that normally expected. And the purpose, such as during severe weather, and then the purpose of why you would exclude MEDs is to allow for the major events to be studied separately from daily operations, to better understand the trends of the daily operations that would be hidden by the large statistical effect of major events being included. So I understand there's interest, and maybe it's this position, if I may kind of quote UC Grade, that we should be looking at performing on our worst days. And I would respectfully argue against that. These days are designed to call out, or this statistical approach of MEDs is designed to call out days, again, that exceed the normal expectations of the system. And by definition of what we're looking at in EOAP is for reasonable levels of performance. So I would relate those two together. By focusing on MEDs, it's, again, asking, or it's implying that performance should be improving on these days when the extreme event is exceeding, again, the design standards of the system. So the type of behavior that may drive is very inefficient investment, very inefficient use of resources, to design above standards, to have everyone on standby every time there's a storm, to stop all like more targeted planned work and constantly just be doing emergency response work. And it's not that we don't do both and we manage both on a regular basis, but the MED is not a comparable or a way to really fairly, I think, judge reasonable levels of service, because it by definition is statistically above a reasonable range. Now, the second thing with it is that there's no telling of what's good or bad when we're looking at an MED. Can't benchmark it, can't even compare IOUs. PG&E's territory can have, Northern California can have a horrible weather year, the next year Southern California can have a horrible weather year. We can have differing weather years from year to year, so you can't even compare year over year, because I could have 5 MEDs in one, or that's probably relatively low, but let's say 10 MEDs in one year and 30 in the next. What do you do with that? So there really is no way to understand performance good or bad with MEDs. It's not benchmarkable. There's an inability to understand what reasonable is. And then by definition, MEDs are literally quoting IEEE events that exceed reasonable design or performance standards. So I do think we need to really understand why you would include MEDs for the purposes of enhanced enforcement. I believe a lot of this data is included in the SPMs, which is fine, but the unintended consequences and the unclear intent of an unclear understanding of performance for MEDs, I think, makes it a pretty ineffective part of the portfolio here, that PG&E would really need some support and clarity on the expectations of how to manage to it.
Hi, this is Joseph Mitchell, Mussey Grade. I think one bit of clarification I'd like to provide here is that when we were talking about major event days, we were requesting that they not be categorically excluded, because that was the original language, was to exclude major event days. Now, including only major event days, I think is an opposite extreme. I think there's some validity to saying, oh, well, how do you track normal behavior if you're only looking at major event days? What really needs to be done, and we've seen some of this in the Wildfire Safety Division's wildfire mitigation plans, is to include some sort of normalization, as Hannah was saying. So in the case of the Wildfire Safety Division, they've now asked for normalization, including National Weather Service high wind warning days. So, per circuit mile. So for instance, that then becomes some sort of normalization of system stress. Hannah's point was correct. You are driven by exogenous driver events. And you want to make sure that you can normalize to those exogenous driver events and be able to understand how does your system respond to one of these exogenous driver events. The thing I would take issue with is this definition of major event days, which is above reasonable. Well, who sets that definition of reasonable? If if the wind is gusting to 55 miles an hour and you start seeing lots of system damage, that's one thing. If it's gusting to 95 miles an hour, that's quite another thing. So the metric of how resilient your system is depends on the level of system stress it's undergoing and the response to that system. So that's one thing we'll be bringing up in our comments, is that we think it's important to capture some sort of tracking metric as well, as far as weather intensity, so that it's possible to correct for these exogenous events, both in terms of system damage, because systems can be damaged when you're in power shutoff. We're beginning to collect data on that. That's an important piece of information, and I do think we should be looking at that as a metric as well. The Wildfire Safety Division is. Also, your PSPS thresholds and the extent the system damage gives you a measure of whether you're overdoing your power shutoff. If you're shutting off broad swaths and you're never seeing any system damage, you have to ask the question of whether your threshold is too aggressive for shutting off the power. So you get to measure this kind of system damage as both a measure of are you setting appropriate thresholds on one side, and is your system not resilient enough? What are the wind thresholds at which you begin to see damage, and are they quote unquote reasonable? Are they really what is the intent of the major event days, which is to exclude, okay, we expect all of your wires to go down when the wind is blowing 120 miles an hour, that's fine, from, well, the wind is blowing 46 miles per hour, what's your problem? And I think, we had a section that we submitted in our wildfire mitigation plan comments that I'll be sharing in our comments to on the SMAP, where we looked at SCE, for an example, not to pick on SCE, their data was better, so we picked on them, and showed that, oh, we're seeing damage at less than a certain threshold. So that's the kind of information I think we really want to try to dig out, because that tells you, what you are actually after are the resilience metrics for your system. You want to know, as your the insults to the system via these weather events increase, how does the system react? Is it within GO 95? Is it within known local conditions? And I think that's really where you want to be able to do your measurement, because it tells you how good your system is, and it allows you to start tracking and say, okay, well, here's a triggering threshold. We want to see improvements in these metrics over time so that you're less sensitive to these events.
Right.
So I hope that was helpful.
No, that is, I would love to talk more about PSPS when we get to that part. I want to clarify that right now I'm talking about wires down on MEDs, and then all of the reliability metrics that were proposed to include. And I know I'm jumping a little bit to reliability, but I'm talking about MEDs in general. So for me, this is agnostic of wildfire. This is our rainstorm days. These are snowstorms. This is not about wildfire. This is in our whole territory, not just the HFTD. But I agree, it's about resiliency. But we should dig into more the IEEE standard of what defines reasonable. It's a highly mathematic and quantitative method that they use, I believe, based on standard deviation. I might have an expert here on the line who can explain that more, or we can put in our comments, but it's not it's the IEEE standard, and it is quantitative methodology. Then here's the thing when it comes to MEDs. Maybe there is a misconception that when you exclude MEDs, you're only measuring performance on blue sky days. And that's not right. What it is you exclude MEDs, those are major storm days. What you have, still left in the bucket of the data population, is blue sky days, gray sky days, and storm days. The MEDs are the extra extreme storm days, the things where it does go beyond, again, reasonable design standards, which are actual standards that say they need to withstand X levels of, kind of different factors, right, of the weather. So it's not that excluding that takes away, like we're just looking at when the sky's blue and a wire's falling down. No, I mean, it still is bringing in bad weather. And it's just trying to take out the extreme weather days that, again, are beyond the reasonable design or operational limits of the system. And now, again, I'm going to go back to the point I made earlier before lunch with, you got to pull the thread all the way through, which the unintended consequence that this has. So, or can have. We're going to take these metrics and we're going to build plans to manage these metrics, because we don't want a poor trend, right? That's kind of the point of VOEP and one of the purposes. So how would we correct, or say we do go into enhanced enforcement with, for the MED metric, what reasonable action and attainable action can PG&E take to improve that beyond exceeding design standards, exceeding reasonable levels of resources, and exceeding, quite honestly, attainable work plans. So so to put a metric out there that's under the purpose of enhanced enforcement, which is what I need to keep bringing us back to. I don't disagree that there can be data extrapolated from the information, but for the purposes of enhanced enforcement, I don't see a way it could be considered reasonable, or that we could take reasonable action to correct ourselves coming out of it, when by definition, the MEDs are above reasonable limits of performance that every single utility in the United States experiences with extreme weather. So yeah, this is also in tier 1. This is, I want to bring back, this is not just about wildfire. So these types of inclusions can drive some extremely consequential prioritization and decision-making behavior at PG&E, or, with our work plans and how we have to prioritize our work. If we're going to start saying, you got to have an improvement on these days where the weather exceeds the system. So
this is Chris. May I jump in here too? Or Joe, it looked like you were going to say something.
Go ahead, Chris, your turn.
Okay. I was just going to suggest, if it were, to me, I consider this metric, or wires down in general, as both a leading and a lagging metric. So it's a lagging metric, a wire comes down. It's a leading metric because it may also be like a way of understanding where investment and upgrade and correction can be targeted, by understanding how performance is happening and whether enough investment is being put into preventing wires down, because wires down can then become ignitions, and ignitions can become wildfires. So if there were a possibility for this metric to have an attribute, almost like 3.1, 3.1a, b, so that it was wires down, then wires down on major event days. My understanding from major event days is that was like, I think what Hannah was explaining is kind of like from IEEE. I think it was, in developing the CAIDI and the safety and the reliability metrics for outages and that kind of stuff. And I understand, my guess or speculation was that was kind of like to exclude like storms. We don't want to factor that into reliability and that kind of stuff, or to appropriately consider it. Here we're talking about, I think in particular, wires down and the risk of ignitions and wildfires. And so I think that major event days actually provides additional information, because certainly major event days are going to be days that might be a higher stress on the system. And so that might be, if there's a weak point, yeah, it's going to show up on a major event day. Does it still prevent a wildfire risk? Yes. Is it like an indicator of system integrity? Perhaps as well. It doesn't necessarily, I hear what you're explaining, Hannah, about like, driving investment and driving, worst case scenarios and that kind of stuff. I think that would be determined at some future point if there were going to be a threshold assigned or figured out to figure out, what is the threshold for wires down on non-major event days? What is the threshold for major event days? So that could be determined at some later point. Right now, I think it would be really useful to have that as a metric reported, so that then it could be used perhaps as a threshold or not. But having that information, knowing the difference between major event days and non-major event days, but in particular having wires down regardless as a metric, I think is going to provide valuable information. So I think it's really good that these are additional metrics and they're leading indicator in some ways. And I think we would support these metrics if it could be distinguished between major event days and non-major event days. Perhaps that would help. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, we agree. I like wires down too. We totally agree. It was in our original proposal. It's a metric we've always looked at as a top metric. I have to go back to trying to please, bring everyone along that the purpose of EOEP is not to track data. It's to drive performance and identify organizational failures, at which point PG&E is not providing reasonable levels of service to the state of California. So SPM, great. We can data, like we have all the, we can share all the data there is, but it just, the purpose of EOEP is not a data dump. we need to understand, and if it's going to be used that way, we need clarity on our expectations with performance, because we are going to manage to not having a bad trend. And something like an MED, like I said, you could have 50 MEDs last year and 10 this year. There's no way to, that's just the occurrence of the weather. We've got our expert on here about MEDs and our wires down and reliability metrics. So I'm going to kick it to him for a minute if everyone doesn't mind. Manuel, are you on and are you able to unmute?
Yeah, I'm here, Hannah. I'm not sure exactly what you want me to cover, but basically, the IEEE standard is really around, it looks at the daily SAIDI values for the prior 5 years, and the threshold is based on the values that are like 2.5 standard deviation over a log normal value over those daily results for the past 5 years. So it's very, very much an extreme case in terms of how you quantify and what your threshold is, but it's really measured at the SAIDI value. So anything above that threshold is considered a major event day.
Quick question, how does PSPS count figure into that then?
Well, what's happening now is even though historically speaking, most of our major event days were winter events, whereas PSPS events, they become major event days, but they're not necessarily the winter days, right? So so that's kind of how usually the PSPS events are typically more in the summer or the heat summer months, not necessarily a winter event.
And so I think they know, right, that PSPS event can end up as an MED, which we acknowledge. But I also want to just keep the conversation, like, we do want to talk about PSPS, but this with wires down and the two, wires down and the reliability metrics of the MEDs. I mean, again, these are PSPS events are on extreme weather days, right? Like red flag warnings at days with the wind level that probably would have hit an MED. So anyways, I just kind of, again, want to reground on not mixing matching PSPS in too much when we're with these metrics, I guess, because there's a separate set of metrics to talk about, if that's all right.
Yeah, I understand that, but if SAIDI is used to calculate the threshold for defining MEDs, then PSPS has an effect on that. So it's sort of a circular problem that brings it in whether you want it to or not on this. I think that, what we're, following up on what Chris said, totally agree. It's extra information that is theoretically possible to provide sensitivity data, metrics data, even threshold data, but not naively. Just because you have a major event day that causes lots of damage or outages doesn't necessarily mean that there's anything wrong with the way things are being handled. Every single wire down during a major event day, however, has a story to tell. And some of those are telling you important things that do relate to system quality. What is the wind speed where your wires are failing? I think that's kind of the baseline question, because that tells you a lot. Is that a vegetation management issue? Is it a maintenance issue? This allows you to get some sort of sensitivity baseline. And if you're starting out by excluding all that information, then you're reducing the number, the amount of information you have. Even winter storms are not necessarily equivalent to summer storms. You don't have the rain, you don't have the snow, you don't have, certain other wind directions might be different. However, if you have wind blowing at a certain speed and it's causing a certain amount of outages or a certain amount of damages, even on non-event or non-red flag warning days, which is important because you're sort of blinding yourself during red flag warning days by turning off the power. You don't get the outage data anymore. So excluding this information, I think, is not the way we want to go.
Yeah,
I totally agree that you don't want to naively include it as a triggering metric that shows bad behavior. I agree with that.
Got it. Yeah. So a quick clarification. I promise I'll keep this quick. I am 100% in agreement with you, and I promise you PG&E is in 100% agreement with you. In our internal modeling and information we use to develop our work plans and our work and prioritize parts of the system, learn about what's happening, check and adjust. We use all data. We don't just use SAIDI with MEDs excluded. Our internal models use all data, including whatever happens during PSPS, whatever happens during a storm, an MED or not. That's different than enhanced enforcement. So I'll go back to the point of, using data to measure, are you having an organizational failure? That is really, I'm not clear how to do that with an MED, but to your point, you're exactly right. And we do exactly what you're describing. And I think that's where that conversation is, right? So the modeling of how we figure out what work we're going to do next, what's the riskiest parts of our system, it really goes to our risk modeling. But yeah, different for me than the purpose of a metric and enhanced enforcement, where again, it just feels these outliers are tough.
Hey, this is Manuel again. I just wanted to call out something that's kind of important, and he's correct that PSPS events will change the dynamic of the IEEE, but it's in the opposite direction. What's happening is the PSPS events are going to increase our threshold, our excludable threshold. So that means we're going to have more wire down events on a given winter storm, for example, than we would normally have, because the threshold is now increased. So we're not going to be able to exclude as many events as we would have in the past had we not had PSPS events.
Hannah, this is Eric Wojcik from UCAN. Pardon me to throw out an idea. You basically said earlier that the objective is not to get data out or get data to be defined. I'm sorry, I completely disagree with that. The objective, I think, is absolutely to get data out, data defined, in part for transparency, because it helps you, it helps PG&E, it helps other utilities, it helps everybody to have the data and to know about the data. And it's an essential bulwark. It's a foundational element, and it's a bulwark. It's required. It's needed. It is part of the process. It is the process. So excuse me for being so demonstrative on that matter.
No, it's okay. We might just be talking past each other. I agree. I have no issue with providing data. Our data is all transparent. It's in a lot of reports that are already being submitted on an annual basis through other proceedings. I'm again, oh, sorry, my dog is sneezing. More trying to get after the fact of how the behavior and the use of the enhanced enforcement process as defined in the PO and our plan of reorganization decision to bring enhanced oversight when there is a level of organizational failure that leads to unreasonable levels of service, and to have corrective action. So it's, and we might be a little like tomato here, but this UAP isn't like an analytical process. It's an action, corrective action, and quite frankly, a punitive process for when PG&E is failing and we need external oversight to come help us not fail. And so that's, I'm just trying to separate the two out with how the process is used and how the behavior it drives versus gathering and understanding information, perhaps used in the future for UAP. But if it's not known now, we won't know how to use the metrics in enhanced enforcement and use the SOMs, making us ineffective to work the enhanced enforcement process if it's not understood why we're looking at what we're looking at.
Hey, Hannah. Yeah, I hear it's clear to me what the issue you're describing, and I'm going to say we will regroup as a team to discuss all your concerns. But also, I want to point out that even in the extreme outliers, there is norms, right? Just like in the averages have norms, like you look at the historical data and you trend it, there are certain norms. In the extreme weather, there's also expected historical trends, right? And that all depends on the data again. So without looking at the historical trends, we cannot like sit here and determine if we should exclude the outliers from the analysis or not. They all are relevant, whether whether in extreme weather condition or normal weather conditions. All these metrics reflect the status of your infrastructure and have also weighs on the safety issues, right? So we cannot say because these are extreme events, we're gonna ignore them from our analysis. But again, we're not setting the stage as the extreme events are your baseline. So that's not what we're measuring your performance to. So I hear you what you're saying, and we're gonna go back and regroup as a team and discuss all your concerns that you brought up here. But just to move on with the issues, it would be good, you know, to see that issues really fleshed out in your writing, so we get to understand where exactly you see major concerns with the SPMs. But again, we are taking a holistic look. We're not picking on certain measures and determining like your performance is just attached to this one metric or one number per year. It's a trending exercise. So I hope that helps a little bit.
I'm still struggling, you know, and this is the purpose of clarity here for this technical working group. I'm becoming very, very unclear about the purpose of enhanced enforcement. This workshop process to determine what we should look at for enhanced enforcement is where we should be doing this, not deciding all of these things are the SOMs, and PG&E, you don't need to have clarity on how to manage to them, right? So we want this to work. We really want this process to work. If it's throw kind of everything in and let's see what happens and see what kind of comes up, how are we, you know, that doesn't position us or the other utilities or the state of California or the commission to drive towards improvement. We have to have an understanding. Things will drive behaviors. And so I'm going to go back to seeking clarity on the enhanced enforcement.
Sure. Yeah, we heard your concerns, and as I said, we're going to go back and discuss with the team. But I think we made it very clear we're not. If you're looking for thresholds and goals, and that will be the most straightforward thing, right? Like we'll tell you, here's the threshold. If you fall under this, then you're going to go into the trigger. The other extreme is that we don't have any data and we don't know what we're doing. That's what we're saying.
I'm with you on that.
We're
I like the
looking at historical data, and we're going to trend the data to understand the behavior. So
I'm with you on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think it's more the breadth of the information we're bringing in. Again, if you want to measure two conflicting things, norms and extremes, or like I'm with you on we need to establish the data, we need to look at trends. I like it. I think trends in a lot of ways are more informative than a discrete threshold. I'm talking about the breadth of metrics we're setting and an inability for us to manage towards a purpose if it's kind of throw everything in and let's then decide later what the priority is or what's good or bad. We essentially are just, we aren't able to take action to improve as a utility under that setting. You know, there's principles in these SOMs about being targeted and clear and being very thoughtful and not ill-informed on the metric because it can drive very dangerous unintended consequences. So, and positioning.
Yeah, we understand. Yeah.
Lose-lose situation, right? So, so it's more about the breadth of what we're trying to bring in here for the purpose of data visibility versus the trends or targets. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, no, we hear you. And it's not, the process is not quite clear until we have the data. So we're going to go in circles until we get the data and look at it and analyze it to understand, like if you're saying that, you know, it's going to be costly to manage this data because we're looking at areas of extreme conditions. We're not saying that you need to look at those areas only and ignore all the rest. And we're not giving any direction as to what to do with this. I'm still not clear what you mean by manage to the data. but all we're doing is
Oh.
collecting information that is already existing. So these metrics already are reported somewhere within the commission.
I think the issue is that they're like there's a notion that like, so we're not just, I mean, every metric we collect here will be looked at according to sufficient progress, towards meeting safe, affordable, reliable, clean. And I think what Hannah's been saying is like, we're supposed to make progress on these metrics. We shouldn't collect metrics that where there would be like divergent progress on it. So like if we're measuring, if we want to reduce wires down, that's great. They're going to have to work on reducing wires down. And then if we have a wires down under MEDs, then they'll have to work on reducing wires down like in general, and then also work on wires down for the extreme circumstances. And so, I mean, I think we had a good discussion on this, and I heard like Chris say that he thought it'd be interesting to collect this information, and then I heard MGRA, clarify their prior comments about the inclusion of this metric. So I think we'll have to go back about and talk about like these metrics are for monitoring progress. They're not for collecting information. So if we do think if it's just for the purpose of collecting information, then we should have it be an SPM. If all folks think that it's useful for collecting the data, that's great. We should collect the data, track the data. But these are for measuring progress towards safe, affordable, reliable, consistent with clean energy goals. So that's what we should focus on, including in the sums.
May I talk about this? And there's a couple other items in this one, and I know we're coming up on the end of the thing. Is this a time when I could talk about those, or am I interrupting?
Go ahead.
Okay. I will just say one quick note. I think wires down in some form is a very important operational safety and operational metric. So I think that it's appropriate here. If it can distinguish between A and B, then I think even better. But I think it is a important operational metric to see improvement on, no matter what the details of it are. But I wanted to mention also included here is emergency response is number 3.8. And I just wanted to highlight that the same comments that we were saying earlier about gas would apply to electric emergency response. Let's see, I'm not seeing it on this. I'm seeing it on my PDF, but I don't see it on the one above that's being displayed. Is it down below on the next slide? Oh, maybe it's above. That's 3.10. But anyway, I just wanted to, well, wherever it is, I think that emergency response having the same kind of capturing of not just average is important. I think that a lot of the metrics in here are leading indicators, and I think there really is a good proposal to include a lot more leading indicators. One question I have had to do with the distinguishing and energized wires down, whether the source of the wires down. I think energized wires down, I'm not sure that it needs to distinguish between the different kinds of events that cause wires down. I think that already there's a metric that's going to look at the root cause for the wires down, but I think all wires down are valuable information. So I don't know that there should be placed any limits on energized wires down. And I'm not, let me just see if I had it up just a second ago, but I don't think that's on the display right now. But I think it's actually in the safety performance metrics number 30, and I didn't know if that's going to come up later or not. So I just wanted to get it in there now. But I think energized wires down is very important. I think that it captures a whole nother important aspect, which is the protection system. And I think that it's good to have that information so that, in fact, in safety performance metrics, so it can be give some kind of benchmarking among utilities on how that comes out. So I think that's an important one to have. It just doesn't need to indicate the difference between the source of the phase to phase or anything. I don't know that that's critical. So.
Yeah, and on that point, Chris, I did want to note to the earlier question about our feedback on the new definition of wires down. We'll put this in our written comments, but I just wanted to kind of generally call out, if we put a new definition in place that isn't what the utilities have been using in the past, we can't provide, it's going to be really hard to provide historical data and then benchmark with the industry. So we're having that concern, and we'll put our details, the technical details of that in our written comments, but I just want to point that out as, honestly, I think all utilities would have the same issue when you change a definition like that.
Are there any more questions regarding this section specifically? Otherwise, we might be able to try to fit them in the next section or at the end of the day.
Did we talk about ignitions? I'm sorry if I phased out. Did we talk about ignitions?
We haven't yet, but were there any questions on ignitions?
Okay.
If there aren't questions on ignitions, maybe we should just move to the next section, and then we can try and catch anything else on electric in there too.
All right, George, do you mind pulling up the PowerPoint again? So this section again is on the electric system, but for inspections and compliance related SOMs and SPMs. Next slide. And again, you can find reference to this section in the draft proposal, section 5, pages 47 to 48 and 51 to 53. And we can have the discussion on this section until 2:20. So feel free to start asking questions. Steve will be leading this one as well.
Okay, so this discussion here is primarily concentrated on metrics dealing with inspections. Inspections are leading indicators relative to spotting safety concerns, but it's also it's a lagging operational metric in terms of performing the operational task of doing inspections. So it's both a leading and lagging indicator. And it has a tremendous amount of importance because this is where you find things as a leading indicator. This is where you find things that can potentially develop into very serious incidents. So it's a frontline defense against a lot of bad things from happening.
I think one thing we were looking for, or would I guess kind of put out there to consider, is just maybe making these definitions more granular and specific, so it's not left kind of open to interpretation of the like GO 165 requirements. Just more specific we can be, the better, to ensure we're properly measuring it and putting the data in the right ways.
Let's see, are you referring to the intervals and the
yeah, all the definitions where it says essentially, essentially I would like kind of summarize these by saying, did you do the work to the compliance requirement, right, in the order, GO 165, for example? Yep. And so the more explicit we can be in these definitions, the better, I think, would be helpful.
Okay.
We all kind of interpret it the same exact way.
The counter argument to that is GO 165 may change over time, and then we would have to revise this. This would have to be revised based on an open proceeding, and then may not be feasible, not be convenient. If we reference a general order, then we would cover our bases.
May I ask what slide you're referring to in the moment? It's not the one up here, right?
What was the question again, Chris?
May I ask which slide, which number you're referring to in the moment? I don't think it's the one.
She's referring to 3.3.
Oh, 3.3 on the display here?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Hannah, if I could jump in, I apologize. This is Andy Branches, Senior Director of Risk Management for the Wildfire Program at PG&E. I think our objection to this metric, or it's not really the objection, but just the where we asked if it could be corrected, would be it's asking really for total circuit miles of detailed patrols and inspections. And the practice is because while you have circuit miles and each circuit mile has certain span lengths, the way we go about doing these inspections is more in terms of number of structures, right? And it's not that we're trying to do less inspections. The focus is you look at the components on the structure to see what the situation is. And so I think the recommendation that we're putting forward here is it be adjusted to reference structures more than anything else.
Let's see, you are representing SCE, you said?
No, PG&E.
Oh, PG&E. What about, I would like to hear from SDG&E and SCE. What are your practices? Do you also inspect by counting the number of structures the way that PG&E does? Or do you do it by checking off circuit miles?
Are we talking about like distribution or transmission or both?
Both.
I think it differs depending on which one we're talking about, but I'll let others weigh in on that.
This is Dan from SC. Yes, I believe we do it by structures or grids and not by circuit miles.
This is Josh with SDG. We also do it by structure.
And I want to clarify. I mean, when we use the word structures, I think what the other utilities were saying was, I think just about every utility puts together a grid map, which is about 1 kilometer by 0.7 kilometers, and we inspect all of the structures and facilities fundamentally in that plat map, right, or in that grid. But the focus is from accounting purposes, is the structures, and the rationale behind that, I hope you understand, is primarily because all your components exist on the structure primarily, and it becomes a good unit of measure in that way.
So let's say that you have two different circuits, two independent circuits within a plat. Do you do the inspection on both circuits that are within the plat when you schedule?
Yes, you would, because for scheduling and efficiency purposes of doing the inspection, what you would do is you'd inspect all of the structures in that plat map zone. Did that help?
Yeah. Second question is, how difficult would it be for you to not convert, but calculate based on each map, based on each plat that you have inspected? I guess we could change that. Let me think about it. Let me ask you a question. How difficult would it be for you to calculate the number of circuit miles within each plat, or convert those into miles that you inspected, based on just the fact that you have certain circuits crisscrossing those plats, and just measure from point to point and add those together and get the circuit miles?
I think it's certainly feasible, don't get me wrong. And it's not that we couldn't count it. The question I would ask, respectfully, is what's the objective we're trying to achieve here? We're trying to make sure that we inspect these assets at a frequency to detect. Your point is inspections are a leading indicator of situations of deterioration, and to understand that to the best of our ability. So in that regard, the difficulty in going ahead and determining how many circuit miles exist in a given plat map certainly can be done. circuit miles on the distribution system do get changed every time you either reconductor or you conduct a hardening project, which is what I think a number of utilities are doing. Every time you rebuild the circuit, it adjusts it a little bit, right? So then it becomes an exercise in trying to keep track of exactly how many circuit miles you have versus here are the number of structures, here's the structures we've inspected, and we're inspecting these structures going at it plat map or unified grid by unified grid.
Okay, here is one concern I have. One concern I have is being able to compare across utilities. If we express things in terms of circuit miles, in my head at least, it may be easier to compare across utilities than it would be to express in terms of structures, because different utilities may have different densities of structures on their circuits.
I think what you're hearing from the at least San Diego Gas and Electric is they also do the inspection by structures. So maybe if we uniformly agree to do it by structures, that would kind of meet the intent.
Okay, I'm not too hung up on whether expressing it in terms of circuit miles or structures. If all of you think that it's preferable to express this in terms of structures, I am open to changing this.
Thank you for the consideration. So where do we want to go next to this? Next area?
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, on this one, is there anything that you want to raise? This is backlog compliance metrics and HFPDs.
Well, if there's no other comments on these ones, are there other comments or concerns on any electrical ones that were proposed?
This is Russell Archer from Edison. I think we'll have detailed comments, but in the interest of time and efficiency, I think our preference is to wait until written comments to provide them on the SPMs.
Earlier, Chris mentioned something about 3.8 electric emergency response time. Discuss that again here.
Yeah, I don't know that I have anything to add except what I mentioned briefly earlier, because I wasn't sure if it was going to come up previously or now, but it was just to repeat the same comments for the gas emergency response, same thing for electric emergency response. So that's all.
Yeah, and I think we don't need to repeat the conversation. It just goes back to the benchmarkable definition. And if PG&E is expected to set internal targets to help judge performance, which I think is part of the recommended approach, that is becomes really difficult to do when we lose a navigation point on what good or bad looks like.
Okay, well, if we don't have, looks like we're like amazingly ahead of schedule if we're out of comments or questions on this.
Did we miss, I'm sorry, did we miss the PSPS metrics? Were they, or sorry, maybe I.
That's in the reliability section.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. No problem.
This is. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. This is Miles Gordon. I'm an analyst at Cal Advocates. I actually did have a question about the backlog metrics. Sorry, I missed that earlier. If you could scroll back up, please. Yeah. So my question was, and this question is actually applicable to both the SOM definition metric for backlog compliance and the SPM about that refers to backlog compliance. I forget the exact number, but my question is was there any consideration, because I noticed that these backlog compliance metrics mainly pertain to past due work orders, and I guess what I'm wondering is if there was any consideration of expanding the definition to include funds authorized for specific risk mitigation work that weren't spent. This is something that we've been sort of looking into more lately. I mean, it's important because for example, if funds were authorized for something like vegetation management, not that would happen, but that if funds were authorized for something like that and then weren't spent on that work, I mean, for me at least, that would be important to track. I guess I'm just wondering if there was any consideration about both monitoring that in the SOMs as well.
May I respond to that, please? This is Russell Archer at Edison. I said we were going to save it for written comments, but now that we brought it up, we might as well talk about it. We have different concerns about this metric. For one thing, the use of the term work order is a little bit ambiguous here. A work order isn't really backlogged, like it's not closed until it's closed. We think a different metric, a more appropriate metric like past due notifications pursuant to various regulatory rules would be more appropriate, but you'll see the details in our comments. But just to address the point about the spending not money that's authorized, we don't think that would be an appropriate metric here. That is covered already in the utilities RSAR reports, and these metrics are not about sort of financial spend data, which is handled elsewhere. I'd also note that kind of information is sought and provided to the WSD, at least as far as fire risk mitigation spending.
So I'll just chime in too in response to that, and what Miles was raising earlier is that for safety performance, understanding the performance of utilities in accomplishing the work that's authorized. And we didn't comment on this earlier because it's only something that has come up with an advice letter where there were actually, I would say, I believe the number is over $200 million worth of authorized safety and reliability work that was not performed. And I guess in that case, then actually ratepayers get to have those funds refunded to them. However, from a safety performance standpoint, if we're talking about backlog metrics to help uncover, work that's been scheduled so that we then know when it hasn't been completed, because we're concerned that, okay, there's a backlog of inspections or a backlog of maintenance or a backlog of corrective action work that was behind, maintenance that wasn't done, and I think in particular, most recently, we're worried about, corrosion that was, with infrastructure that wasn't corrected. But if we want to have a metric that's going to cover those backlogs, then it seems like it would make sense to coordinate that with also having a metric to understand what work was requested and authorized in terms of whether it was done. Because if work that was authorized because of safety need and after the whole approval process through a general rate case, and then that work was not even scheduled, well, it wouldn't show up as a backlog, I don't think, because if it's authorized but never gets scheduled, it wouldn't show up as late. It wouldn't show up as something that was backlogged. So the point that Miles is raising that we only became aware of because of this advice letter is, well, we have backlogs in there, but doesn't that mean we should also have some measure of this information being completed? And sure, there's reporting that gets done. This is reported as part of an advice letter. However, this would be a forum where it could be reported as a safety performance metric to have the big picture of backlog as well as work that's authorized, whether or not it's been completed or not.
If I may just respond to that, Chris, I'm not sure if you were referring to an Edison advice letter or another utilities advice letter, but for Edison at least, and I helped write the relevant advice letter, we have what's called an SREM mechanism where we are required to refund any safety and reliability authorized underspending to customers at the end of our rate case cycle. Indeed, we had a relatively modest amount of underspend in our last rate case cycle that was offset by material amounts of overspending on non-rate case safety issues, specifically wildfire issues, as this group is well aware. I'd also note that this exact information that you seem to want to put in this metric is provided in the RSAR, which is an annual report that the utilities file that have dollars and unit numbers associated with all the safety and reliability projects that as compared to authorized. And in that same report, we have to provide a description of the canceled, deferred, and new projects, which seems to get at the information that you're seeking here. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and you're right, Russell. That's the advice letter I'm thinking of, and yes, the RSARs are the process is the RSARs. I believe will now get reviewed by Energy Division. I think they'll have a schedule for that, and however, in this forum, this is all about safety performance and understanding whether the performance is how is the performance doing. And so I shouldn't say proceeding in this effort, well, that we're in right now, well, proceeding. And so the concern is that I'm sure that there are many things that come up in the course of a year, in the course of a whole rate case, where there's emergent work, there's new responses necessary for important safety work. But the concern here is that the work that was already authorized, that was already scheduled, requested, is also important. And so it's an issue if other safety work is not getting done because other maybe perhaps higher important safety work emerges, but the original safety work is still safety work that needs to get done. And probably because of things that have happened in the past is why that work is being requested and authorized. So the concern is, if we're looking at backlogs, then what about the big picture of work that was previously authorized? Should there be like a reporting so that everyone understands what work is not getting done? And then they'll be able to, compare trends, compare how this is going, compare across utilities, have a really better understanding and transparency of what is getting done or not. So yeah, that's kind of like our concern.
So just one last response, and then I promise I'll be done. We don't disagree with you that this is relevant information. It's useful information that the commission and society itself should think about, right? The trade-offs, the necessary trade-offs that utilities make in balancing emergent safety and reliability risks when new emergent issues come to the forefront. We think that information is already provided. And to get back to something you guys said about, well, it wouldn't show up as a backlog because it would never have been scheduled. I think that's entirely the point. So if we never schedule something to get done because there's no compliance-based deadline to do so, and because we were planning to do it, but we shifted to more important, higher risk work, well, we wouldn't consider that to be in arrears. We wouldn't consider that a backlog by definition.
Okay, are there any other questions on this section? Or any other section preceding this one? If not, why don't we just take a break? I think the next, I think we have until 2:30. So take a short break and come back at 2:30. I have 2:11 on my calendar right now, on my computer right now. So hopefully you guys are also showing 2:11. So I'll see you in a few minutes.
Oh, Arnold? Sorry, it's George.
Oh, hey, George.
Oh, yeah, I apologize. I just had a quick question. So on the PDF that I was provided here, I see, or I wasn't sure if you saw my message, but I have a section 5 Q&A, and then it goes straight to reference table. I don't have section 6.
There isn't one for 6.
Oh,
Yeah, so you'll just you won't display any tables for section 6.
oh, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Sorry, I was trying to confirm because, yeah. All right, thank you.
No, that sounds good. Okay. Hello, everybody. My computer is now showing 2:30, so if we have a critical mass of people, I'd like to proceed with the schedule. Okay. So for the next 30 minutes, I'm sorry, for the next 15 minutes, we'll be discussing reliability related SOMs. And since the session is so short, we'll just go right into, oh, sorry, I'm sorry, George, can you flip to the next slide? Just as a reminder, you see it on the screen, you can go to section 4 of the pages 34 to 46 of the draft staff proposal for further discussion, to follow along if you haven't gotten there yet. And George, if you can just bring up the table of metrics. I just want to remind people there are no SPM related metrics here for reliability because SPMs are specific to safety. We do have some here in the SOMs. And so given the short amount of time, I'll just open up to questions, and Shayla, David, and I will try to answer as best as possible.
Tatiana.
Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, with not needing to rehash the conversation, I just wanted to note that the MEDs discussion we had earlier applies to each of these metrics that are slated as all outages, and that they include MEDs. So same perspective at point here on that. Also wanted to note that perhaps get some clarity or understand the gap that it was filling to add multiple reliability metrics. Honestly, don't have much of an issue with it. It's going to note that essentially SAIDI, KD, and SAFE are all equations of each other. Like they're just mixing the variables in different ways. So just kind of knowing they're all going to move together. Unlikely to show you distinct new information. Like one is literally the other two like multiplied together. So just kind of noting that, but understand that this is kind of the standard like suite of reliability metrics you might look at. Main concern is the MEDs.
Yeah, so I'll speak to your second point about why so many, I guess. And I do remember you stating exactly what you said now during your initial walkthrough of the proposed PG&E SOMs. And we had that in the back of our mind as we were selecting some of these metrics, but it was, for us, it was kind of like low-hanging fruit. We knew you guys had this available, and for us to be able to look at duration versus frequency versus duration per affected customer, essentially Katie, as part of a suite, like you were saying, of similar metrics. We thought it was easy enough to do. It would give us a full picture of what's happening with your system on a routine, and also when we refer to all outages on an all circumstances basis. So that's kind of what our thinking was behind providing pairs of SAIDI, SAFE, and KD.
Okay, great. One technical note is that the portion of the definition that says 5 minutes or greater, the IEEE standard is greater than 5 minutes, not greater than or equal to. So we would look to align with the IEEE standard, which is the format of our current data.
We'll make sure to do that. Thank you.
And then
this is
go on. Sorry, whoever was.
Sorry, this is Tatiana Ermish from PG&E. Hannah, I just wanted to, I wasn't sure if you were going to jump to a new series of metrics there, but I just wanted to reiterate another point that you had made earlier. on the point of capturing a lot of information and data versus the purpose of the SOMS metrics and the purpose under EOEP. The various iterations of safety, KD, et cetera, are fully available in the annual reliability filing that PG&E submits. So I just wanted to call contextually that this information is available in much greater detail within that annual filing. And so the, conceptually around how to focus in and kind of really narrow in on, when we need to take corrective actions around running the business, we really need to focus on a particular view, and our proposal around SAIDI Unplanned really provides for that. So I just wanted to call out that there's the opportunity to drill down into data, and you've heard us, Hannah and others talk about significantly around how we're supportive of that. But from a proposal around, driving corrective actions, et cetera, our proposal around SAIDI Unplanned really kind of gets to the heart and the meat of the matter.
Yeah, I don't think we don't disagree with that, and we are aware of the metrics that get submitted to the Energy Division and what you produce in the annual reliability report. And I think it goes back to sort of the overlap between what we want to do with these metrics versus what Energy Division is doing. And so we try to, again, going back to Ben's analogy of these indicator lights or check engine lights, we wanted to be able to take a broad look at some of the reliability related metrics, gauge, and again, how we're gonna do this, I'm not, it's not totally clear at this point, but gauge in a way how it's trending. And if we feel like we need to do a further investigation, we would probably most likely approach Energy Division and engage with their data on a more granular level. But the idea isn't that these metrics, poor performance by just these metrics would trigger an enforcement process.
Might come back for clarity on that point. And that it was my understanding the ALJ ruling had articulated each metric in itself needs to be suitable for a triggering event for enhanced enforcement. So again, it's just coming a little unclear, like we're looking at how are we using these metrics for the purpose of enhanced enforcement? I think in terms of the multiple metrics, it's fine. Like I said, it's data that's out there. You can kind of look at both. I think we're just kind of pointing out it's maybe a little, doesn't necessarily shed like new light typically. And then if it's for the purpose of data visibility, the data is certainly visible. I want to also make sure though that so for the all outages versions, we talked about why MEDs can be problematic. I believe the MED information is included in those other reports if it's for visibility. But I want to make one distinction between when we talked about MEDs with wires down versus when we talk about it with reliability metrics. So wires down is a count of an occurrence, right? It doesn't include the restoration or the repair action in its measurement, right? It's not related or captured within that. Reliability metrics capture our patrol repair and restoration processes. So when you bring in all outages and include things like PSPS and MEDs, which are weather conditions, which encompass weather conditions outside of the utility's control, and with the intention of, we all know these metrics, lower is better, you're now combining something that's out of the utility's control with the pressure to be lower is better in a human behavior related process, which brings the unintended consequence of possibly restoring before it's safe to do so. That's very clear in the PSPS, for example, patrol process where the lines are de-energized and stay de-energized until there have been eyes on the line confirming that there's no damage that would make it unsafe to restore. But it's the same thing in a storm outage or a winter outage. Someone's got to go out there. Someone's got to make sure, identify the issue, in most cases, right? Make safe repairs. So by bringing in factors out of our control and the factors that are actually in the most extreme unsafe conditions, combined with the pressure expectation that lower is better, unlike wires down, we're not now creating behavioral unintended consequences that can be dangerous or can be adverse to public safety interest. If we need to take longer to repair the line safely, we're going to take longer to repair the line safely. And in extreme weather events, that's going to show up in these metrics when you're looking at duration and things like that. So I wanted to call that out. It again creates a human behavior unintended consequence that I know is not the purpose at all of what we agree on. And then it kind of brings us back to what is the purpose of including these extreme weather events that are out of our control. And then we could segue into the PSPS metrics, perhaps, if there's none other on this, because that theme kind of just continues, I think, into those three with the exact same notion. They are assumed that lower is better for those three metrics, measuring the impact of PSPS, and that directly can conflict with safe and risk-based decision-making by the utility in the interest of protecting the public from the consequence of catastrophic wildfire. It is a dangerous position to be implying that lower is better in a process that can bring on enhanced regulatory oversight in a process that already has a lot of regulatory oversight, when smaller means you could end up taking on more risk, public safety risk. So these areas, when we kind of make these metrics, are the areas I get most concerned about actual adverse impacts to safety. Because I know that's not what anyone wants out of them, but metrics drive behavior, and that's what the behavior is kind of saying.
So yeah, I think we totally get the managing to the metric problem here, changing behaviors in a way that's not helpful towards public safety. I think when we were considering MEDs, and I'll just speak for myself here, we were thinking that it would be an indicator or a way to look at the infrastructure and how sound the infrastructure is on a regular basis, that with the unplanned, obviously, but also just in how well it deals with extreme circumstances, and not that we would expect every extreme circumstance, to be, for the infrastructure to withstand every extreme circumstance. But we thought we could generally, over time, get a sense of how sturdy, the lines were, and other equipment were.
Yeah.
And if that, and just based on what Manuel
Manuel. Yeah.
Was saying that most equipment isn't designed to withstand
exactly
MEDs. I would, if you guys could just detail that in your written feedback, and don't skip out on any of that detail.
Great, because I think we all know the solution to having perfect reliability on MEDs is to underground the entire system. This is what we're getting after. You're seeing how do you perform on your worst days? We're not supposed to perform on the assets are not designed to withstand the worst days. And I really want everyone to remember MED exclusions are statistically beyond very far, multiple standard deviations beyond the norm. We're still capturing storm days, gray sky days, and blue sky days. That's when our equipment should be performing, and looking at that data can be helpful. And so again, and back to the purpose of EOEP, all of this information is really helpful and interesting. It's like part of my job. I love looking at this stuff. It tells us a lot about our own assets, and we certainly use it internally in everything we do. But for the purposes of enhanced enforcement, to put in uncontrollable factors outside the utilities' ability to control, such as weather, extreme weather, and the duration of extreme weather, which gets picked up in these duration-based metrics. We can't control if the storm's 2 days long, 1 day long, 3 day long, but it's going to show up here. So it just really dilutes the ability to take targeted action to improve operations and safety. So I'm going to go back to that, but do acknowledge that the data is informative, but for the purposes of improving operations and safety, it actually, I think, just blurs our ability to do that. So with PSPS, those ones also kind of bring major concern, because I think we all know too, PSPS events are very discrete. While we have lots of outages a year, and that behavioral intention I'm talking about plays out in those, we only have a few PSPS events a year, and to be under the, again, the assumed intent of lower is better would kind of come into play with every single time we make decisions for safety with PSPS. And I think there's also, so there's a few things in play with PSPS. There's a separate triggering event around PSPS protocols. There's a separate reasonableness review process where all of the data that would make up these metrics is available, and the commission is able to take action via that reasonableness review. And then there's these metrics. So we're looking to kind of understand the purpose of having these metrics here in addition to the other proceedings and regulatory kind of routes and triggering events going on, and how the intention of how to use and judge reasonable performance on these metrics, so that the utility can perform to expectation.
So yeah, I hear that. So this is David here at CPUC. So yeah, and we recognize that, you know, PSPS is very involved, it's very complex, and it's ongoing, and it's you know, the rules and procedures and expectations are changing, you know, all the time. We have a PSPS proceeding going on right now. And so with that in mind, we just wanted to have some way of being able to track how often PSPSs occur, how long they occur, and you know, on average, how many hours, you know, our customers impacted. You know, and we didn't want to go beyond that because we don't want to, you know, contradict, you know, what may come out of phase 3, you know, PSPS. So.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful context. The ESRB 8 de-energization report requirement, I would, from my humble perspective, is the visibility to that kind of information. And again, for the purposes of EOEP, which is to identify organizational failures that require regulatory intervention to correct, that sounds different from what you just described. And so kind of understanding how we would actually use these metrics for the purposes of enhanced enforcement and even judge good or bad, without introducing public safety risk and unintended consequences. It's just, we're looking for that clarity. I sincerely know that we all have the same goal with PSPS. It's to do it less and not have wildfires. It's a complex thing. And again, it's not clear how that complexity would be productively used and navigated in this context with these measures. I also have a couple of more technical questions about the definitions about parts that were unclear, like including customers that weren't de-energized, and also to measure the duration events from the very beginning, from the first notification, because that's to imply we should be doing shorter planning and notification for PSPS when you actually want the opposite. The farther out you can get, the more notice you can put out there is better. So there's some fundamental flaws like that, but both of those flaws, or I guess points of technical clarity, do bring me back to these measures are almost in direct conflict with public safety interests when it comes down to behavior and unintended consequence.
This is Joseph Mitchell, MGRA. Exactly the same point I made with regard to wires down applies here. These events need to be normalized with respect to the external driver event. A long PSPS might be perfectly reasonable for a severe, long-lived event. On the other hand, if there is a trigger-happy utility turning off the power more often than they should, that should be somehow calibrated against the severity of the events as well. We could say, well, this should be captured in the reasonableness reviews. I want to make very clear, because I know that there was a statement about that in the draft. there are no reasonableness reviews. There was one reasonableness review that occurred, it's SDG&E, maybe 2017, 2018, one PSPS event. The commission does not do reasonableness reviews for every event. We've asked them to, they do not do that. There has been an investigation regarding the 2019 event, proposed decisions out on that. We're finally getting some motion on that. That's going to be helpful. And I sympathize with PG&E. I mean, we should have a single point of truth on this. Now we even have federal court getting involved, trying to, set criteria. So it's all very confusing. The commission does need to define a single point of truth for PSPS regulation and behavior. Regardless of that, I think if we're going to be collecting, it's good to collect metrics on it. Now, if you're going to do triggering events on top of that, I think you do need to sort of benchmark it against the severity of the event. And we're not capturing that information there in order to make this useful as any sort of trigger. Once again, just like for the wires down, you need to benchmark it against the severity of the event in one way or another. High wind warning days, red flag warning days, that type of thing.
Yep, we're in alignment with you, and I guess put forth that the data collection process, actually with all the data that's requested here, exists via the ESRBA reports. So in alignment with you there.
This is Chris. May jump in too? Or were you done, Joe? Just okay. Are we on this slide that shows 2.5? Or are we talking about further down on the PSPS stuff? I think 2.10. I just wanted to add that I think that these are very important metrics, and I think that similar to the discussion about average response time, it is a very different thing, I know, but I think that the metric here also needs to have an additional metric to capture not just average PSPS length, but also the worst case length and the worst case frequencies. I think that, PSPS, so PSPS is not analyzed in PG&E's application specifically as one of in its RAMP application, I should say, as one of its top risks. However, PSPS, other than wildfire, it's difficult to imagine another type of risk or event that would be greater than or other than that wouldn't be one of PG&E's top 1 or 2 or any utilities 1, 2, or 3, any electric utilities risks or events. And so I think it's very important for safety and for oversight to understand that utilities are investing in mitigating the impacts of PSPS because they have such an impact, financial, safety, health, on the public. And so I think it's appropriate for this to be a safety and operational metric. I think that the threshold may have to come in the future, but I think that it's important to capture this data. And currently, just looking at average timeout for PSPS events is insufficient because, like I was mentioning earlier, you might have one community that is getting hit by every PSPS event because of where they're located on the grid. And so they're going to be more frequently impacted. And there's an example, I think, in Santa Rosa, where there's a community that at a Wildfire Safety Advisory Board meeting mentioned that if there were ever a PSPS event, it seemed like they were always part of it. But the Sonoma Clean Power said that if PG&E hardened 0.6 miles of line, then they would not have to have those customers impacted by PSPS. So I think by having this information provided, it provides a really strong transparency and insight into what a utility can do to limit the use, the length, the duration, the frequency a PSPS event. So I think that it's entirely appropriate that PSPS be a safety and operational metric. I would distinguish this from what may be happening in the rulemaking or other proceedings that may be focused about when are you going to pull the switch? That's a little bit different. This is about long-term development, investment by a utility to really mitigate PSPS so that maybe at some point in the future, they might not have to pull the switch so often. So I think that it's appropriate that it be here, that PSPS metrics be here. I think that it needs to be, a couple of things need to be captured, like the worst case length, the worst case frequency. When I say length, duration, the worst case frequency, just as it is suggested for the emergency response. So I just wanted to add that in because I know we're coming down to the end of our session, but I wanted to get that out there. We'll probably include that in our comments as well.
One thing I'll clarify, and because I'm pretty intimate with PSPS, the other rulemakings aren't just focused on decision-making thresholds. That's just one component. There are protocols and requirements around all the mitigations that you mentioned, not only mitigations to reduce PSPS, but the mitigations for customers who are impacted by PSPS. So those are all requirements via those rulemakings and reported on in the 10-day report, which the 10-day report, that's what we call it internally. The de-energization report, ESRB8, which is the purpose of that report is reasonableness review, whether however that's going or not. If we can't assess reasonableness through those reports, I'm not sure how we'll use it here to take action to drive change. I'm with you in what you're describing. A 10-year view of the more we harden the system, then the less we can use PSPS is all of our goal. It's what's in the WMP and should be picked up in that WMP triggering event where they're not only looking at what's going on with PSPS and all those mitigations we committed to, but also the hardening, the veg management and everything to make sure that's working in harmony to get us there. These metrics won't measure that at all. These metrics will be very noisy with externally driven things we can't control. The duration of an event is 75%, if not more, the duration of the weather, and less than 12 hours typically, PG&E restoring. The duration of the event, we want it to be longer from that first notification. We want to get out as far ahead of us in front of it as. This implies the opposite. Frequency, you're right. There's certain areas that are the most risky areas. That's again where that hardening should be focused. But this metric, again, these won't pick it up. We can't control how many weather events we have in a year, and that's what's going to get picked up here. These just aren't, I don't think these are developed enough to get after the really, really critical points you're both bringing up. I want to find that metric too that achieves that. I don't think these are safe proposals for them now, and we need to keep working to find an alternative.
This is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities. I think these are important metrics, and I'm glad they're there, but to address some of the issues that have been raised, we could include another one in the form of determining how many customers have been provided the opportunity for whole house solar plus battery storage, and that would give them the ability to operate independently from the grid for limited periods of time. It would have no net GHG emissions, and they could have no impact from the PSPS event going on around them. And so that could be another added metric on top of the ones that have been provided, I think, wisely, which would measure the impact avoided to
That would
the
actually be picked up.
individual.
Yeah, I think that would be picked up actually in 2.10. The customers receiving backup power would be pulled out of the impacted customers. But I see what you're saying, but I think it might be picked up there actually.
I'd like to jump in really quick because I think we went over time by about 15 minutes. So I'll ask Arnold if we want to stay on this conversation or if he would like to move on to the next section.
If no one has anything pressing, I'd like to move on to the next section if possible, and then can circle back if anyone has more comments on this. George, do you mind pulling up the PowerPoint? So these are the sessions we're gonna talk through all of the remaining metrics on quality of service and management, affordability, and clean energy goals related SOMs. And I'll turn it over to Ben Turner to discuss it. If you want to pace yourself against the draft proposal, you can go to section 7, pages 64 to 74.
Thanks, Arnold. So there's not a whole lot to talk about here because we didn't add anything new. So on the quality of service metric, we kind of talk about it there, and quality of management. So on quality of service, we did the time to respond, basically pick up the phone when a customer thinks they're experiencing an emergency, and that's consistent with what PG&E proposed. And the rest of it, we kind of thought quality of service and quality of management is implicitly covered with the service, like providing safe, reliable services is like fundamental. It's a fundamental element of service, and it's a fundamental outcome of quality of management. We also pointed out that the safety culture investigation, so the other triggering event that has the safety culture, any metric from the safety culture investigation, that includes like, I don't remember the number offhand, but I think it's about 60 recommendations on how PG&E can improve its safety culture. And many of those recommendations that we get information on in a quarterly report from PG&E are related to management, including specific elements of management, like the staff management span, the types of meetings that should take place and under what time frame, the when and how paperwork is done following inspections, and those kind of things. So it's kind of covered. For affordability, although we would be fully open to any additional suggestions from parties, I don't want to foreclose on that or think that or imply that that we think this is the be-all end-all here. We talked about PG&E's quality of or customer satisfaction survey, and we talked about independently conducted customer satisfaction ratings that are done by one particular entity, although there are others out there, but ultimately determined they wouldn't be that suitable for SOMs at this point, the specific ones that we evaluated. We also looked at affordability. Turn had proposed 3 affordability metrics. We conversed with the Energy Division folks who worked on that proceeding and helped develop those metrics. And for the reasons outlined in the recommendation, we didn't feel like those were suitable for SOMs, largely because they include elements well beyond PG&E's control, including the rate of minimum wage, the electric or energy that's provided by CCAs or municipally owned utilities within PG&E service territory, and other reasons why they were out of PG&E's control. And then for clean energy goals, we actually toyed with a few ideas and are looking forward to any ideas that the parties had. But we thought of including, the RPS, requirements as, the 3 different sets of metrics that are submitted associated with compliance with RPS. But ultimately determined that didn't really add that much value. But the assigned commissioner's office indicated that they did want to see some kind of clean energy goals incorporated in these metrics. So we would welcome any proposals from parties on that front. And we're also continuing to research that. With that, happy to answer any questions about it, or we could return to prior topics if nobody wants to talk about this.
If there are no questions on this, I'd kind of like Ben to go back up to the initial slides he delivered earlier and maybe walk through how our team expects to use these metrics in the enhanced oversight and enforcement process. I think, George, I think that was slide 13 or 14 in the PowerPoint.
Well, that's coming up. I'd like to respond to Hannah's concerns about the reliability metrics potentially resulting in unsafe pressures on PG&E to respond. One of the things that's basically exactly, or one of the main reasons why we don't think it's a good idea to have automatic triggers. Like so, having like an automatic trigger, like all of your PSPS durations went up, you're busted, and you need to do corrective actions that may or may not be like possible to implement or well advised. In one of the in what we're talking about being submitted, we included I think it's the next slide, George. Let's go to the next one. No, sorry, one more after that. Not one more after that. It's the one that says what should be submitted. So like say for example, there's like reliability dips because there's an El Nino year. There's tons of power outages, wind, rain, trees falling down, and that happens. So we would see like a dip over the prior year, or maybe even the prior 5 years or something like that. Then the idea would be to have some kind of explanation of that. And then we wouldn't I don't think any reasonable person would say oh, you made insufficient progress on reliability because you had a particularly bad year. So that's we didn't want it to have to be an automatic thing. It'd just be like submit the data, evaluate it, and do an analysis and make a recommendation for a resolution if we feel like insufficient progress is made on a particular metric. So that's the general idea of it. But so the PG&E would submit data based, and I get what you're saying about it needs to be pushed towards we're trying to get operational and safety outcomes with these goals. So we need to be careful about which metrics we want to monitor progress on. I think that and I think that makes sense. But I don't think we would PG&E would have to, and I know you'd have to take our word for it at this point. But we wanted to create a flexible enforcement tool for the commission to evaluate data and propose enforcement if under the EOEP process if staff determines it's warranted and the commission agrees after hearing party comments and so forth. So
yeah,
thanks
for that
clarification.
clarification.
Arnold?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Arnold, do you want me to say something else specific, or did you want to reiterate a certain point that you thought would elucidate an issue?
No, I think that's the clarity I was looking to address. I don't know if Hannah had a question or anyone has a question.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say this conversation has been really helpful to parse out a few different points, and it's kind of, here at the end of the day, becoming a little more clear. What you just described, I actually totally agree with. I think that it's really hard to set a single target or threshold that's going to capture reasonable service to our customers in the state of California, right? Like this whole trend idea and having to be flexible. I do see us in alignment with you. It was some of the other, the other things that were coming into play. So there's using trends as a flexible way to assess performance. There's breadth of information you're looking at. And then there's bringing in uncontrollable factors. Where I think I stand with inability to find success in the enhanced enforcement process is when we bring in the breadth of things we're looking at and when we bring in the uncontrollable factors, because we can't build plans to improve things we can't control, like the extreme weather. We can control unplanned SAIDI though, or even planned SAIDI. We cannot control the MEDs. So that's where that's the issue there, which I think is different than this trending data. The question is really, well, how do you expect to act on the trend of the MEDs? Like, what is that telling us? What is that expectation setting? Where our hands are tied on those, like we can't control the weather. So the focus is on what we can control. That's where I'm seeing the split difference there. Now, and then with the breadth of information, we really want this to be successful. You all want this to be successful. We have a shared intent here. The more it's opened up to uncertainty, the less it's going to serve all of us. If it's an ambiguous thing about, well, maybe we want to look at this way, maybe we want to look at that way. My job is to make sure my actual job, right? I don't work in the regulatory affairs, and I work with our executives to ensure that PG&E builds plans to deliver performance results. And we cannot build plans to deliver performance results if we can't have an understanding of what our performance needs to be focused on and what those results kind of should be, even if it's just in a directional way. But when we bring in every different cut of every metric for analytical purposes, that doesn't allow us to perform to your expectation in advance. And it leaves us in a very retroactive use of the enhanced enforcement process where we want to be better up front. So it's those two ambiguities that I would separate out then from this approach of the kind of trending to be flexible, avoid target, instead of discrete target setting. We're aligned there. I think that my two biggest worries is our ability to be successful in our shared intent with ambiguous data scope and performance scope and factors outside of our control.
Hi, this is Joseph Mitchell. I just wanted to, I'm hearing like two different visions for how this is supposed to go with this SOM. I understand, I understand staff's, purpose here. I understand what PG&E is saying. I think the staff has done a great job in pulling together a lot of very interesting and diverse metrics. And I think there's a lot of interesting stuff in there. And you're right, not all of it could you put a trigger point on or even a trend point. Here's something that should be going up year to year versus here's something that we expect big fluctuations on and we'd only expect to see a trend in that over, decade-old timeframes. We don't have that information and we won't until this data is collected for some time. What I would, and I don't know, I mean, I can see where PG&E is going to go with their comments and so forth. I would hate to see any of this get lost. If there is, if they're not, if the threshold for an SOM is it needs to be triggerable and we need to explain exactly how it's triggerable, and that threatens some of these metrics, which are very good. Is there any possibility that any metric that would be threatened in that way could be, say, delegated as an SPM rather than an SOM?
That's certainly something we can consider and we'll talk about. Yeah, like so, if there's specific ones that that you feel like don't meet the criteria for suitable for a triggering event, or you're concerned that they might not be suitable for a triggering event, and you'd like to see them in the SPM, then let us know.
Sort of my concern is not so much that, because I like them. It's that somebody will be able to make the cogent argument before the commission that, oh, we shouldn't include these particular metrics, and I'd hate to see them get lost. So maybe having some sort of fallback position that any of these metrics that's SOM that's not going to be actually triggerable, that should be reclassified as an SPM.
Ben,
we think that makes a lot of sense. Yes.
Can I be heard on that, please? This is Russell Archer from Edison. I would note that the SOMs apply only to PG&E. The SPMs apply to all three utilities. And to the extent that we just wholesale dump something that was an SOM into the SPM, something that the other utilities haven't even considered yet, we'd have grave reservations about that.
Okay.
Grave substantive reservations about that. But I don't disagree with what Hannah said, which is some of these are not appropriate for SOMs, but I don't think that necessarily means that they should automatically be appropriate to all three utilities as well.
And we have a lot of time on phase 2 to consider more of discussions.
This is Chris. So I did want to respond to this slide. It's I'm just trying to look it over, about a flexible enforcement tool, which I think has a lot of value. I'm also concerned about having some, I don't know what's a good word for it, but hard stops, specific thresholds, and maybe this could begin that process. And I mean, really the whole, this enhanced enforcement oversight process, I believe it was President Batcher's initiative in the PG&E bankruptcy. And I believe the intent was, well, we had San Bruno, we've had other things that have occurred. We've had now the wildfires. There's been some OIIs. There was the Locate and Mark OII. There's been wildfire OIIs. So those enforcement tools have been there. The commission continues to access those. And I think that the concept, at least my takeaway from this proposal for enhanced oversight was well, we've had those tools, but we need to do something better. And so this was an enhanced oversight to try to come up with a new paradigm in order to have some metrics, have some leading indicators, have some, and even the step process is a 6-step process. And there's some language in there that talks about moving from step to another step and then perhaps back up. So there's always, there's this ability to change steps, but I think that there's a lot of value in having some very hard stops on this. And I kind of, it reflects back to when I was, as an inspector auditor in SED, we would go out and inspect power plants. And we could go out and just say, well, you need to correct this and this and this. And then in some ways, an operator might say, well, okay, the regulator will tell me when I have to correct something. I mean, we'll let them tell us when we have to correct something. The flip side of that is if there's a regulation or an oversight process that says, this is what's needed, this is what's expected, it's up to you to achieve those necessary safety protections. And then if you don't, you get triggered into this other process. So that puts it kind of like, in fact, going out to see the utility, they would then sometimes bring their own auditors, inspectors in place, not even a utility or operator, I would say, in advance of us to try and make sure that they had everything in place. So it was more them driving it than us, but having the regulator come in and look at it then was kind of like, okay, now they know that they're coming in to look at it. So by having some maybe solid hard stops in this oversight, which I think is the intent with the president's proposal and the adoption of this oversight thing, I think there's a lot of value in that. And I think that if there's a way to begin that process of identifying perhaps some initial hard stops, some initial thresholds, and then just keep moving along, I think that that's going to have value. I think that then as an operator, they can go to their senior executive management who's going to be investing in this and say, gosh, we have to do this. We just have to do this as part of this enhanced oversight. We know we need to do better here. They have a solid argument. They can point to it. This is our argument for why we need to invest in this, why we need to bring it up in that. And that way it kind of provides a solid argument for making those investments. So I would just encourage this to have some hard stops. Flexibility or understanding, I think, has a lot of value, but I also think that there's a place for hard stops and having some specific triggers. And so, this is a great forum, I think, where we can just share those kind of understandings. And so, and I understand, I value hearing what the utilities say and what PG&E has to say. And I also hope that everyone values what I think, as public advocates office advocating for the public, we're concerned about these impacts on the public, and we want to make sure that that voice is also very, very important. So.
Yeah, I'll note, Chris, that we don't disagree either. I think it's a good point. Like I said, the target setting is really hard to determine like what's reasonable, which is why trend's going to help. But what you described too gets to the point that the more clear and targeted we can be, the more successful we're all going to be. I mean, this comes down to business decision making, operational decision making, and if we know what we're making decisions against, we'll do it. So the more clarity, the better. It kind of goes back to that point of that applies not only to performance levels, but also to what are we measuring for performance. So it kind of goes back to that breadth situation. But I think of it a lot like my employees and setting goals for them for the year and their personal performance. If I just give them a super ambiguous thing, which is like, well, it could be this, could be that, it's really hard for them to work and strive towards that reasonable level of performance. If I give them concrete goals, now we can work to get there together. So I just want to acknowledge that we support and understand also what Chris is saying here.
This is Tessa from PG&E, and I wonder, I believe, Chris, I heard you say earlier that potentially fewer metrics with those targets may be one approach to establishing what the SOMs are. And so I wonder if in our comments, it might be helpful if all parties consider if we have a certain set of metrics where we think we could establish a target or threshold, and then maybe describe why other certain metrics may be more applicable for other venues. Maybe there is PG&E specific SPMs where only PG&E reports on, or some other avenue for which we can kind of clarify which metrics we think are good for target setting, which are good for other informational purposes.
I just want to be really quick, really clear, Tessa, because I do think more metrics is better. I don't want to say in terms of the metrics part that fewer metrics are better. I think more metrics are better because that helps then be misled by one particular metric. But I think what you were saying is to target some metrics for initial development of thresholds, which is what I was alluding to earlier, which I think because the proposal says that there are no thresholds being proposed at this time, but they will be developed over time. And just to reiterate what I was suggesting is that, well, how about some thresholds be set now on a limited set of metrics, and then certainly the rest could follow. But I just wanted to clarify to get across the message I was trying to convey earlier.
Thank you, Chris. We really appreciate your feedback and Cal Advocates' feedback. It's really important. We also appreciate everyone's input in this process. It will help us. With regard, to set up threshold in a couple of weeks, I doubt it. Just given the amount of work we have to do. But yeah, I think we can continue discussing this issue and throw ideas around and see how we can come up maybe in the future with certain thresholds and targets. But I think Arnold, how we're doing with time?
We have 5 minutes left, so maybe we can just, if George is still on the line, move to slide 38. That'll show the schedule for the remainder of this process in the near term. So this is similar to what we saw earlier, except this only focuses on track 2 deliverable deadlines, or except I guess the May 7th one, the May 6th. But we're expecting comments. Well, we originally expected comments on May 10th. Sounds like May 11th is the new date for now. I guess after this meeting, we can discuss and confirm that it's May 11th.
can I just interrupt? I wanted to ask, I wasn't quite sure if it was May 11th or maybe a day or two after that, but I just maybe, no, or what day?
Yeah,
if I remember,
May 11th, I think that's what we agreed on at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah, so I have the due date is extended out to the close of business on the 11th.
and I just want to reiterate, we got a lot of great feedback today. We just want to make sure that you put it in writing because we're going to depend heavily on your written informal comments. So please be as thorough as possible. And with that, I don't know if does anyone have any other comments or questions? If not, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, do you mind just circulating this deck following this meeting? I don't believe we received this yet.
No, you haven't, but I'll make sure to circulate it.
Thank you.
And yeah, so if nobody has any other questions, thank you for attending the meeting today. I know it was a long day, but I think it was productive. And just want to say a big thank you to Ayat, Alicia, and George for helping out with the meeting and the coordination of it.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.